15th Street on Naval Avenue. The grant amount is for $899,600 with a required city match of 13.5%, which is $140,400, totaling $1,040,000. And with that, I'll take any questions the council has.
Thank you. So we're being asked to accept the grant and approve the local agency agreement. Did this go through Public Works or Finance?
It went through Public Works, but a while ago.
Okay, fantastic. Well then, council, any questions, comments, and defer to Anna? Yes.
Question. Thank you for your great presentation. Are any of these right-of-ways being bought for roundabouts?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, I think this is fairly straightforward. Great project, great job going out and getting this significant chunk of money. Looking forward to it all coming together. And with that, any objection to consent agenda for next week? All right, seeing none, this will go on consent agenda next. Thank you so much, Mr. Dimmitt.
Thank you.
Moving along, we have next item A2. Budget Analyst Karen Weichel is here to present ordinance to amend ordinance number 5464, establishing the City of Bremerton's fiscal year 2023 budget as amended by ordinance number 5477. All right, welcome, Ms. Weichel.
Good evening, Council President, council members. With the adoption of this ordinance, the final amended 2023 budget will be $252,185,541, including fund balances. This is consistent with prior years that we're bringing to you a final budget amendment that includes adjustments to correct estimated beginning fund balances to actuals and to incorporate those items that have previously been brought and approved by council from mid-year budget amendment to now. This budget amendment includes one housekeeping item that has not yet been approved. Details were provided in your packet, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Fantastic. And did this amendment go to Finance Committee?
Oh, because we had the timing. We haven't had a.
Just checking.
Didn't have a finance meeting ever since from the budget.
Makes sense. All right. Council, any questions or comments? Anna?
Sorry. Thanks, Council President. So the one adjustment is the expenditures of the AV equipment for the court, and decreased supplying is on page. It's fund 116. It's page. Talk to me. 32 of our packet. I haven't mentioned that I hate the iPad.
No, that was previously brought to council.
Okay.
The item I was referring to is in general fund. I don't know what page because I printed it out, but it was moving budget from supplies into capital for police. So they had the budget, just we're recategorizing from supplies into capital for a 3D scanner.
I believe page 22 on the PDF.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Nope, seeing none. I'm just staring at the change there. Okay, so that's pretty routine. Excellent. All right, I have no concerns. Routine housekeeping. Everyone, any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, this will go on consent for next week. Thank you so much, Ms. Weichel. All right, item A3, we have Contracts Administrator Melinda Monroe to present acceptance of 2024 to 2025 Public Defense Improvement Grant from the Washington State Office of Public Defense for the Bremerton Municipal Court. All right, welcome, Ms. Monroe. Button at the bottom, count to one. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
These you got to speak right into.
Very good. Good evening, council. I have before you a renewal of our Office of Public Defense Services award to increase compensation and provide additional support to our public defenders. And that is about what I have. This is a, as you can see in the packet, it is a total amount of 34,000 annually at 17.
This go through, I guess no finance committee either.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, that might have been ours too close. Try.
While this specific item was not brought through public safety, we certainly have been made aware of the challenges that we're facing with public defenders not being available. So I believe that all of us would be very supportive of continuing this.
And any other questions or comments? Yeah, Jennifer?
Do we know, okay, so we've got the contract here. Is this, are these funds going to be used to increase any salaries or provide retention for our public defenders?
Yes, we will have some of that.
That's the intent of these.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? So I think for me, just to clarify, this is which budget fund does these funds go into?
So this just goes in, it goes into the municipal court budget. It's just a public defense line item.
Okay. All right, and any conditions attached to the award that are significant?
There are no required matching. It has to be in addition to our current budget required reporting, but we have been doing that. I have been doing that for the last year.
Okay. So this is one we've gotten before.
It is.
Okay.
Yes. Yep. So we're
Excellent.
continuing it.
No concerns here. Oh, yes.
I think I'll
Shuffle the mic, see if that helps with feedback. I'm doing it. I'm gonna leave mine on.
so trivial, but I just wanted to say that I think I'll speak a little bit more about the challenges being faced with the state of public defense here locally and around the country in my report about the committee at the end of this meeting instead of taking time now. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Any objection to this on consent for next week? All right. Seeing none, this will be on consent next week. Thank you, Ms. Monroe.
Thank you.
All right. We now have 3 items with Fire Chief Pat McGanny presenting. We'll start with the first one, which is A4, affiliation agreement with Pierce College for paramedic student training.
See if we can knock
All
me
right.
down.
Welcome, Chief.
That one. Good evening, council. Yes, first item is affiliation agreement with Pierce College to allow us to train their paramedic students. We do have affiliation agreements with Central Washington, the program out of Boston, and also TCC. Pierce College is teaming up with Tacoma Community College to run another paramedic program, trying to get more students through. So this would just allow us to help them with that process and get their students right in time. And yes, we did talk about it at public safety several times.
All right. Thank you. Questions, comments? Defer to Denise.
The chief is always really good about getting things in front of us in a timely manner, and we really appreciate that. And anything we can do collaboratively to, strengthen resources, I say, yeah, let's do it. So thank you, Chief.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments on this one? Anna?
So when was the last time, when was the last time you brought this before us, Chief?
I think the last one was for Central Washington, probably 2 years ago.
Okay. So it's just the rolling renewal.
Well, no, this is for Pierce College. So
Right.
Pierce College just started a paramedic program. So we have to have an affiliation agreement with each college that we're going to help.
Well, I'm asking because of the comment on the page that I will never find again, that this is a 3-year renewal, first 3-year renewal.
Correct.
Okay.
This
So
is the
that's for
first
the
of
next
three.
time it comes around.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Excellent. So that can be renewed. Is it administratively or does it have to come back to council?
It shouldn't have to come back to council.
Okay. So we're
We should be able to
approving the
just
whole
renew
3
it.
years.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Oh, seems great to me. All right. Any objection to consent? This will be on consent for next week. And next up, A5, we have the mutual aid interlocal agreement for tactical emergency medical support services.
Correct. So this will be an interlocal agreement between, for us, the City of Bremerton Fire Department, but it will also engage the rest of the fire departments in the county to allow our firefighters and EMTs and paramedics to help support the SWAT team with urgent needs when they get called up. So it's just not for Bremerton, but it will allow us to work with the county SWAT team.
Any public safety comments? Yeah.
They're great collaboration, and it also helps us meet the need of our firefighters who are and EMTs who are interested in more and more training, more and more specialized training and assignments and affiliations and all of that. It seems like a good way to kind of reward them.
Correct. And I think twofold. This will also allow our members to be involved with SWAT. They'll train with SWAT. So if we do have that significant emotional event, we don't ever have those in Bremerton, Forest Drive, that we're engaged, right? There's that familiarity with not just Bremerton's paramedics and firefighters, but the county-wide. So they have that working relationship already there. They know their language. So they'll be better prepared and be able to come back and teach the rest of the department kind of their language, what the expectations are. So God forbid we don't ever have it, but that active shooter or something like that, that we can be way better prepared for.
Sense. Any other questions or comments on this one? Excellent. So this is just make sure I understand. We have interlocal agreements with other fire departments, but this is the first time we have a interlocal agreement with SWAT in the county.
Correct. This is with the county sheriff's department.
Okay.
I believe the police department has an interlocal agreement to participate in SWAT with them, but that doesn't cover the fire department.
Okay.
This is specifically to us.
That makes sense.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Gene.
Oh, okay. I think question's been answered. Never mind.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Great to see the cooperation. Any objection to consent for next week? All right. Seeing none, this will also be on consent. And the final item for the chief, A6, is interagency agreement with Washington State Department of Natural Resources.
Correct. This is just a renewal of the contract we have with DNR to help provide services for wildland firefighting. This doesn't have to do with the contract that the city has with DNR to provide service within the city. This allows us to go out on deployments and get paid for it. Important to get reimbursed. And the contract that we currently have expires this month. So
Okay. Public safety, any comments? Nope. I'm good. I'll just ask any significant changes from the previous agreement?
No.
Okay. And this is in cases of if there is this more of like a routine call, or is this like there's a significant forest fire?
well, this is we deployed 3 times this year throughout the state. We didn't go out of state, but we deployed to twice to Eastern Washington, and once we had a fire here. But it allows us to go out and get reimbursed, and so no, there's no changes. It's just a continuation of the contract, a renewal.
And does this contract force the BFD to go out and help?
Nope.
Or it's
If we don't have the resources available, or if the weather conditions are not great here in the city, then we're not going to deploy. But if we have and we coordinate this throughout the county, because we go out as strike teams with other departments in the county, and sometimes we'll team up with people from Pierce County, just depending on what resources are available. But the fire chiefs always make sure that we hold back plenty of resources in case of we have an emergency here. So
excellent, makes sense. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, this will go on consent for next week as well. Thank you,
Perfect.
Chief.
Thank you.
All right. Moving quick, but now we're gonna hit some, I think hit our
Road bells.
at least 2 to 4 heavy items tonight. All right. So next up, we have Katie Ketterer here to present items 7 and 8. We'll start with item A7, which is resolution to approve the joint compatibility transportation plan, which we got, was released a bit over a week ago, and we got a presentation and took public comment only last week. And so now we're here to discuss in study session. Welcome, Ms. Ketterer.
Good evening. Give me just a minute here to get everything all queued up.
No worries. Our packet, for those who wonder, is 686 pages tonight. So I think we're all scrolling furiously as well to keep up.
Sorry, my share screen is not cooperating with me tonight.
All good.
Hold on. No more share.
The year 2176 PowerPoints will work flawlessly. There we go.
Ha ha ha. Just try again. Okay. So I don't have the full presentation for you tonight. I just kind of wanted to give a recap of some of the comments that we heard at the public comment last week with a couple of responses, and then open it for discussion. But a few of the things that we heard, that the plan should be aligned with the 2024 comp plan update and the active transportation plan within it. For the JCTP had a limited scope, and it will be incorporated into that comp plan update. So that's kind of what we were planning for. A similar comment for the SR 303 corridor study projects, and that those should be prioritized within JCTP to move up the prioritization of multimodal projects. And our strategy was to leave the SR 303 corridor study as a whole, and then work to incorporate all of those plans, the JCTP and the SR 303 corridor study, in the comp plan update, so that we weren't kind of confusing by changing the priorities on separate plans. There was a comment that there are no dollar figures for projects. There are cost estimates included on the project one pagers found in Appendix O of the plan. And there was a call to increase density in downtown and to support transit. And the JCTP plan does anticipate being forward compatible with changes that may occur with the comp plan update. And transit and active transportation improvements are needed for outlying areas. We heard from one citizen who lives out by Warner Road. And the JCTP includes transit improvements and active transportation improvements for the 5-minute walk sheds around transit facilities. But I will also forward that particular comment for the comp plan update as well. So that was a good one. Let's see. So and just to recap, this is the same slide from last week about next steps. Asking council to consider adoption of the plan with discussion tonight and approval of the resolution next week. The adoption does not include any zoning code or transportation improvement plan changes. It doesn't override other planning documents, gives us a blueprint for addressing issues, strengthens our grant applications, and the final report will inform the transportation element of the 2024 comprehensive plan update. And then we can look for opportunities to implement plan elements. And so that is what I have to share tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the plan.
Excellent. So let me start with Public Works Chair, if you want to take the lead your other folks, but I think good opportunity to ask questions, comments, and if there's any specific requested changes.
Okay. So one of the things that was interesting was that on page really biting my tongue here. On page 123 of our packet, it notes that over 6,300 commuter vehicles park outside the gates during the peak period. And this is one of the first times that we find in this document many of the things that were sought in the transportation element plan or study that was going to be done for the transportation element of the comp plan. One of the things that they wanted to find out in that they were studying was when are the peak periods and how long did they last and what kind of volume is there. But the JCTP seems to confidently give us all of that information. So I was wondering if you could clarify why that work needed to be done. Because I'm honest, because I just don't know.
Yeah. I did hear that that comment when Vicki Grover brought that through council, and I shared some information with her from the JCTP. So not sure if she just wasn't aware that it existed there yet or not. So I did share that information with her. So that should be very helpful to them.
Okay, well, because we just spent money to like find out stuff that we know. Oh well. And then on this same page, there are vehicle queues at the entry gates that sometimes cause backups on city streets. Frequency, duration. I know at one point you cite, I think, about a 2,000-foot queue to enter the gates, but I mean, is this something that's truly, or is it something that's only truly terrible if you're impatient of any blockage whatsoever?
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of the reports of that were anecdotal. And so when we did the modeling, we didn't find that there was a lot of truly terrible backups out there for especially for the 6th Street and I think that's what you're referring to in particular.
I don't know. It was there was one that was like, but I haven't seen truly terrible backups. And since, and council, the reason I'm following up on this is that one of the core reasons for many actions within the JCTP is to avoid lots of idling traffic and the emissions thereof. So I just want to find non-anecdotal evidence of lots of vehicular idling.
Right. I think if you look at the existing conditions report, you'll find where there's 2 ways that we looked at it, because we have both the level of service and you can see where the level of service degrades from the existing conditions to what the future conditions are. And there is significant degradation. Additionally, we look at queues. So if you take a look at that, you can see where some of those backups are happening. I'm sorry, when you first asked, I was kind of like thinking about 6th Street, but as a whole for the study, I would direct you to looking at the existing report, both the level of service and the queues.
I did. It's been my like favorite bedtime reading matter for, many days now. And things seem to like the worst case places seem to flip back and forth between D and E. Like they're graded at D and E. Which on page 124, you talk about in one of the alternatives, I think it's the base relocating parking to the base. And in this alternative only of the 3 alternatives that are examined, you mentioned increased parking enforcement downtown to ensure the on-installation parking is used. So why is increased parking enforcement only in this one alternative that was eventually rejected?
Increased enforcement of parking is actually one of our ongoing actions. Melinda, with the improvements that have been happening with the parking program, both with the contract and with getting a license plate reader, there has been increased enforcement, especially downtown. So we put that in the preferred alternative as one of the, or we pointed it out as one of the ongoing actions that is currently happening.
Okay. So it just appears as part of the preferred alternative in a different part where like where you're identifying the 3 alternatives, that phrase is only in the base relocation, but it in alternative.
Right. Yeah.
Because
What we wanted to express there is that it's currently happening.
Okay, cool and good. I've mentioned this before when the JCTP came up, so I'm just going to mention it again, which is that the community sounding board was very, very light on people of Bremerton, and that I was very happy in this version to see the emphasis that was put in this plan that we have before us on what role the people of Bremerton played in assessing livability and defining livability, and what role the agencies, et cetera, played in determining the role of accessibility. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a surprise to anybody that NBK's desire for accessibility was enough to make it happen, to make it the alternative, the preferred alternative, I should say. Bink. On page 126, that's where you start looking at specific projects, specific stations for the preferred alternative. I guess I'd like council to look really closely at all of the ones. And again, this is page 126. All of the project benefits that benefit only the base. In a plan that is intended to enhance livability, benefiting only the base. And this is from an organization that is working closely with the base. And we all know you start working closely with people, you want to make them happy. You want to, to have preserve mutual respect. So even here, this is saying that there are several project benefits that accrue only to NBK, adaptive signal timing being one of them. Decrease queuing at NBK gates in the morning, which we've already gone over more about gates. Studying a new off-ramp from the southbound South 3 to eastbound 304. That seems like something that, what the heck. And that's really all. This is a remarkably balanced presentation of project benefits, because those four that I have mentioned are really the only ones that benefit only the base. And if anybody here on council would like to ask my opinion on adaptive signals, if you feel the need to hear me talk about adaptive signals, I will be happy to do so. But taking it for granted that you know how I feel about them, and why. The Bremerton's, so moving on to the Bremerton strategic road safety plan. I spent so much time like digging into the SR 303 corridor study, which, as you wrote, was presented to council in 2020, but not for oversight, just as an information only briefing. That I did not look at the Bremerton strategic road safety plan projects. Is understanding that key to understanding this?
There are, so the strategic safety plans, typically they're updated every couple of years, and they point out like spots where there are safety concerns that should be addressed through projects. So we're calling in those projects that have been pointed out in that previous study as being of value for the JCTP.
So, yes.
If you would like to understand all of the projects that are included in JCTP, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Moving right along, page 127, the roundabout at Naval Avenue and 6th Street. I've never seen any blockage or queue at Naval and 6th. Why would we fix something that is working, especially with a notoriously anti-bike and anti-ped expensive infrastructure? That was a real question.
Mhm. It's a good question, and that project is off in the future because it's not needed right now. We believe that the road diets will work perfectly well right now with the amount of traffic that we have. But in the future, the modeling shows that there may be a degradation of service at that intersection. And should that happen, a roundabout would be a good choice for addressing that issue.
Or meditative techniques for drivers would also be effective and require much less climate crisis impacting concrete. Okay. The shuttle service to downtown, that was great. More and faster buses to the base. Since I sit on the transit board and we just looked at this in November, our average ridership on buses is 11 passengers per bus. And I asked about this, and assuming that there would be variation from peak hours to non-peak, and we have no stats. There used to be those little clickers that drivers would use, but they stopped that. They got an expensive software program with sensors and everything, and it was really great, except it didn't work. So we don't have reliable data on ridership on the buses. So what is our basis for determining that more buses are needed and wanted?
Well, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question
Sure.
for me?
Since we don't have reliable data on ridership,
Mhm.
how did we conclude that we need more and faster buses?
One of the major ways is that we did a survey, and that we surveyed people in Bremerton and people who travel to Bremerton for work. And among questions, including, where are you coming from? What form of travel do you use currently? Some of the questions were around what are the barriers that you face in choosing a different mode of transportation, whether it be bicycling, walking, or riding transit, and worker driver as well. So we found some of the barriers to that, or that the routes are not frequent enough. And so it takes too long. People don't want to use the transit because they can't get onto a bus, within 15 minutes. If they miss the bus, then they have to wait an hour for the next bus to come. It's a major barrier for people. And so that's the gap we were trying to close with that.
So when they say faster, they mean more often.
Yes, yes.
Okay. That's because so few people speak transport speak.
I might suggest maybe one more question, then we can go around, and if we need a second round, we can.
Hang on 1 second, please. I have 4 more questions and I'll zoom through them. Okay.
Real quick.
I'll speak as fast as possible. Okay. I'm trying to prune down because Council President Coughlin's wrath is fearsome.
Others may have the same.
True, true. 8,500 of, sorry, page 159, 8,500 of the peds who come through the shipyard gates are assumed to be employees who park downtown and walk into the shipyard. Is that based on how many vehicles, and assuming 1 person per vehicle, are parked outside of the shipyard during those hours?
I think that number is actually based on the gate counts that we
Okay.
had.
That the gate counts people say I parked downtown and now I'm walking through the gate?
I'd have to check that page number to
Okay.
see exact, because there's a couple of different places where we refer to the number of pedestrians coming through the gates.
Okay,
Some of them refer to
okay, I'll send it to you
associated
by-
with cars, and sometimes it's associated to specifically to the gate counts.
Okay. Here's something that I actually think is important on page 164, that rear end crashes made up for 30% of all crashes, and that they're often related to higher levels of congestion. I'd just like to remind council that every time we have people from Bremerton Police Department talk to us about the red light cameras, they say that the number of crashes hasn't declined, but those T-bone crashes that were particularly fatal have really gone down, and the kinds of crashes that have replaced them are people getting rear-ended because they do wacky things like stop for a red light, which I know. So just saying that, so that these crashes may not be related to congestion, but to the red light cameras.
I'm gonna say one more, and we're gonna move on to next council member.
Okie dokie. Okay, so really to wrap up all of these things that I've been asking, and to repeat something that I've said until I'm sure you guys are all bored out of your mind about it. I feel that in Bremerton is asking us people through arterials faster. No, that I speak to in Bremerton is saying the number one thing that impacts my quality of life, that it takes me 2 minutes to along the arterials. And therefore, I think the adaptive signals and the roundabouts in this plan should be removed.
Any other council members with comments or questions? Go Denise, then Jane.
Thank you, Katie. I wanted to get some reassurance, and I know you're going to give it to me. I think if you go back, well, maybe we don't need to. The prioritization of multimodal active transportation. We've heard it, you've heard it, we've said it, you've heard it, they've said it, you've heard it. And I noticed on one of the slides that there had been a request to prioritize, or it seemed to me heighten the priority for those projects within another project. And I totally get I think the rationale why. I would just, for myself and for anybody who's listening and interested, I'd really like to get more of an understanding of it's like the nesting doll kind of thing. You know, is it the chicken or the egg, or the, you know, which one fits within the other? And is active transportation, which is what we're calling multimodal these days, going to be a priority throughout the transportation planning? And I just want reassurance of that
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah. So I would not want to speak specifically for someone else's project with the transportation comp plan update. But I think that you can see within the projects that we've worked on recently, both SR 303 corridor study, if you look at the prioritization of those projects, some of the top projects were the pedestrian improvements to the Warren Avenue Bridge, some of the pedestrian crossings for SR 303. Tom's going to take on that like bigger question. And then within JCTP, the higher priority projects, which are quite a few of those are active transportation related.
Yeah, and with the transportation element of the comprehensive plan, we haven't had this in the past, establishing prioritization criteria. It's our intent to do that and bring that forward to council. And so that'll, you know, we'll all understand how we're prioritizing projects. But I can just tell you that for every capital project we deliver, multimodal is always a consideration every time, but we'll specifically be addressing that this time around. So
That's great. That's what I was asking for. And to follow up, I had an incredible district tour, and Vicki Grover was on it, and the whole issue of adaptive signaling came in, and I recommended to her, and I'd like to recommend to Director Nucky, that we get some kind of a short paragraph, like a little infograph or an infomercial about this, because I think there's misperceptions. I think as there is so often, right? And I might be the one with the misperception. But I think we really do need a better analysis of that from your department, so that I'm more comfortable speaking about it. It's certainly a part of this. I have commuters in my district. You know, I have people that live in the north end of Bremerton, and they commute down the SR 303 corridor and cross the Warren Avenue Bridge. And I represent those people. They're commuters. Maybe they'd like to get to work a little faster. You know, I also have a lot of people who don't own cars. So it's a balance, and I just need to get my head better. And if I need to get my head better about it, I bet there are people out there that need to get their head better about it too. And then the last thing that I'll say is that I have seen you and others in your department be incredibly responsive to council. And I want to just say thank you. Thank you for being responsive to the public and the community. You know how important all that is to us as a council. And I really appreciate that. And I just want you to know that I feel good about this. Thank you, Katie.
First off, this is a study you did.
Sorry, Jim, I just need to get the microphone a little closer. They're extra. Yeah.
There's a few things
Perfect.
I have some concerns about. Number one, I think that the 303 quarter study needs to be identified project by project by project in this, so that there can be public discussion about what the priorities are instead of just lumping it all in one. my understanding is this council never had a chance to review the prioritization of the 303 corridor study. I think I'm correct there, but I may be wrong. And the level of service is based on vehicles, not people. And I really wish that we could modify that, because my goal is not to say that somebody driving in from Polsbo has an easier commute, because I think if we make it easier, there's no real incentive for them to take other modes of transportation. So I would really like to see all the active transportation, including finishing a bike network. So residents in District 2 could maybe think about riding their bike. I appreciate that everybody recognizes that we have terrible bus service in Bremerton,
I'm
once
so
an
sorry,
hour.
Jane. I think the microphone's being a little glitchy. I don't know if it needs to get closer. We need to swap it out. And then,
Without real bus service, at least 2 to 3 times an hour, gonna get people to give up.
let's try. Anna, do you mind swapping with Jane or trying another one? Perfect. The microphone might just be glitchy. Yeah. There we go.
So to be my goal that active transportation is prioritized over everything. I also am not a fan of adaptive signals. The only place that to me it looks like it would work the best is on Burwell, where you have lots of pedestrians trying to cross. And if that run had adaptive signaling on it, you could do your all-way pedestrian crossing a lot safer. But as far as Kitsap Way and 304, I mean, we have projects in there like hawk signals, and I could just imagine if first we told everybody they could go at a much higher rate of travel, that they would be prioritized instead of our side streets. And then we put in a couple hawk signals along there. I don't think that would go well with the commuters. And this is really, and I understand that people in District 1, 2, 7, there's a lot of people who actually live in Bremerton that commute. And my neighbor who lives across the street from me drives his car, and he lives exactly 17 blocks from the gate. So, there's something wrong there. I'm also really worried about the money that we're going to have to spend. I mean, the 66 million for sidewalks. And by doing this, all these projects, if we prioritize them, that means we're building new sidewalks west of Callow in hopes that more people who live there near the base will walk there. But yet we have neighborhoods that have never had a sidewalk, and their kids are jumping into drainage ditches when cars go by if they are trying to, walk in their neighborhood. So I'm very worried with the staffing level that we have, and we really can't afford more to manage all these projects. What happens to the rest of the city? I don't see that we'd have any space to do any other projects. So those are my major concerns.
If there's no, sorry, no, mine's glitching out. There we go. If any response, go for it. Else, we'll go to Eric.
If I could respond to a couple of things there. First, I think there is a misconception about adaptive signals that where there's some incentive for people to speed through the corridor, and that's not accurate. There's no incentive built in that that makes people drive faster. In fact, they are kind of metered to drive. If they go faster, then they'll just hit the red light, right? Like driving faster wouldn't benefit you if you're And there's also a misconception that we're always going to be prioritizing the main line. But that's part of the decision making that we get to make with this technology, is how it gets set up, and how we balance and prioritize the side streets and the main line. When we look at optimizing under the no build, we optimize the standard traffic signals that prioritizes the mainline traffic to try and preserve the level of service for the overall, for vehicles, for the overall intersection. But with the technology that the adaptive signals has, you have more ability to create balance between the cross streets and the mainline streets. I lost my train of thought. So
One of them was not having enough staff to address other issues throughout the city. It looks like it's all 303, 304, and close to the base.
yeah, these plans are not constrained, fiscally constrained. Our comprehensive plan is not. Our none of the plans that we have, they're not constrained by that. So our need exceeds our capacity. And I don't think there's much. Just
So if the staff had a list of all these projects and neighborhoods, like say at 15th and Callow, said, we want safety improvements. It's like, well, we're doing them here, 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 and here instead because it serves the base. I mean, nobody's going to come out and say that's why.
yeah.
But that's why.
Well, as Tom said, with the transportation element of the comprehensive plan, we are looking to have an overall prioritization so that all of these projects can be prioritized for the whole city, with our goals in mind. So I think that's the answer.
Yeah, so we'll have a numerical value somehow, and I haven't even seen the draft on it yet. I understand the concept. I don't understand yet. I haven't seen how it's proposed to be implemented, but I understand the goal, right? But that's a quantifiable value that you associate with projects, and then we would go to Public Works Committee and identify what we recommend for improvements. And if there's a goal to deliver something that's a little lower on the prioritization because of community input or whatever, I mean, that's how we're going to establish the priority in the tip, right? And also,
I thought you prioritized it on what had funding.
that's part of it. Absolutely part of it.
Yeah, that's all the tier 1 is what has funding. So
well, tier 1 means that doesn't have to do with what tier 1 represents is everything that's funded, right? Not its major priority. If we took a head count here, a hand count or whatever, I think a lot of people would say we want the 6th Street construction of the 6th Street road diet. That's really high priority. Okay, well, until council's action during budget, it was not a tier 1 project, not because it wasn't a priority project, because it wasn't funded. Right. So now the design of it's funded, the construction's not. We're with the design moving forward, we'll be able to pull forward, have a lot better chance to get that funded. And really what we're talking about are the major capital projects, but don't forget, I mean, our crews do a great job every year, especially with the sidewalk infill.
I appreciate
stuff.
that. I wish we had more crew.
Yep.
I mean, that's where if we ever hired more FTEs, I think it should be there. But That being said, we don't have them yet. They can only get so much done. But I'm really concerned that the price tags, and then, we also, the communities live through, well, that wasn't in the comp plan, so this isn't a project that we're interested or that we're prioritizing at this time. So it's just,
The only thing I can say about that is that's why every 8 years now we're going to be updating the transportation
Yeah.
element of the comp plan. It's kind of a opportunity to revisit the prioritization of all the transportation improvement projects and kind of reset our goals and expectations.
so can you address why WashDOT does not recommend adaptive signals in urban areas?
You know what? I really think that we need to have a presentation at a public works committee or maybe at a study session to kind of explain that, because there's definitely some misconceptions. And I am not the expert for sure. I know a little bit about it, enough to be dangerous. And honestly, I think that we need to have somebody from engineering that understands
Or somebody
that
from
coming
WashDOT
in.
who,
I think
Yeah.
I think we need to have a presentation so that we all have a better understanding of how they function.
okay. Because that is on their website. So I'm hoping we can get some clarity from them. But thank you.
I think that sounds great. Eric, go for it.
Okay, I have one quick question, and that has something to do with District 7. It's the Shorewood Drive thing. I always been bugging about for the last couple of years. And it says $4.9 million. It's like, wow, that's a lot for that type of improvements. It's on Appendix O. What? So, but I understand that's a placeholder. It's going to be far less, but have we got creep in what this thing is going to be, or how did you get to 4.9 million? Any idea? So for those that don't know, so we did Shorewood is torn up to do the sewer grinders or whatever, and we extended the road over to provide. We had, like in a lot of our neighborhoods, ditches, and I think it was the overall cost was $300,000 to do that extra fill and whatnot, cover all those pipes. And we're just talking about that gate at the end of Jackson, lower Nad, that connects to Jackson, and there's a dirt area going up Jackson Park, and then you have existing trails. I saw 4.9 million. I mean, I get it. It's just a placeholder. It's not like this is going to cost, but I was just wondering, how did we get to 4.9 million?
I think the assumption there is that they would add sidewalks along the whole length of Shorewood. So that's where that came from.
Okay. I think that would still be super high. But anyways, that's hey, look, it's a placeholder, it's an immediate thing, and it'll go to this is a great segue into my next topic. First of all, I think that you and Public Works and Parametrics did an outstanding job in producing this document. I know it was a lot of work, and we've been talking about this, I want to say several years, 2-3 years at least.
Yeah.
And if I remember, the intent of this was that there was going to be funding for those communities that are near federal military bases, additional funding. This is bonus time for me. This is what I see this document. We still have all these other needs in the cities, but hey, we're next to a naval base. And so there looks like there's going to be additional hopeful mostly federal funding to do all these great projects. So let's create a document, take all the community's interest and put it in a document. So we have a footprint, a roadmap, if you will, no pun intended, to all the improvements that we want to make. And now we go ahead and try to get the grant money to do these projects with prioritization, all that stuff to be worked out. But this basically before us is a blueprint of this is what we'd like to see working with the Navy. This is what we'd like to see. And specifically improvements related to Navy-based Kitsap, because we can't expect the federal government to pay for a sidewalk in my neighborhood, Madrona, I shouldn't say my neighborhood, 'cause that's Sherwood Drive, but anywhere, so somewhere very deep within the city that's not connected to the base. That's not the point of this. The point is joint compatibility between Navy Base, Kitsap, and Bremerton. And so I think it's a great document. It's got all kinds of improvements. And I don't really want to limit those. I don't want to start, hey, I don't want this. I don't want this. Keep it all in there. And then we can have more discussion later on as far as I do think we should have a discussion sooner rather than later on these traffic adaptive signals. But I don't want to stop this process. I want to go ahead and vote on this next week. So thank you for all the work you did on this.
Thank you.
Jennifer, any comments? I got a list, but want to defer.
Well, thank you. I have no questions or comments. This is clearly, I mean, it's a well put together document. I do appreciate other counselors' in-depth analysis of things mentioned. But other than that, I really, good work. Thank you.
All right. I'll echo, I got a few comments and questions, then we can do another second round if we need. It's almost 3-year study, several 100-page document. So I appreciate us spending a little extra time on this. Let me echo the kudos to producing such a great document. I think it's always reassuring to us to get such positive public feedback on it. And so this is fantastic. And I liked the overall vision, and thanks to the mayor coming to us, a bit over a year ago, I think, maybe a little more than that, on kind of the broad vision of how we want to go about it. So focusing on the livability, I think, has been just fantastic. No particular order. I'm going to start with the comments, then questions. As far as SO 303 goes, I think folks know I'm a big multimodal advocate. I got my bike in the side of the room over there. I actually, for that reason, like having consideration to SR 303 as making sure we have a car corridor, because if we don't, we're going to have cars for the foreseeable future. If we don't have that car corridor, what I worry about is extra cars spilling out onto a lot of side streets, residential roads, places where there is more bike traffic. So we need to balance both. I think this does an excellent job of that. And look forward to learning about the adaptive signals a little more. My current understanding is it's really a win-win, but again, I'm ignorant as well. So good to get that addressed. Some great questions brought up about downtown and parking, which I have to follow up on. So in the final alternative, it sounds like parking's in there, and I can't remember specifically the metered parking addressed as a recommendation versus just parking enforcement for our current kind of 1, 2, 3 hour signage areas.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Well, that's fantastic. Personally, I think meter parking is a great way to go. So that's great. And then I think the last thing I have is I really want to make sure we understand the kind of prioritization. So my understanding is specifically about the SR 303 quarter study. That study came out. It had a list of projects. After that was approved, there was a that list was prioritized and hadn't had council approval yet. And I know that's referenced in here. I guess my question is, does this document kind of adopt that and set that as a list of priorities? Or is this document itself have a list of priorities for different projects? Like if I look in Appendix A, there's every project called out. I know that when it comes to working on the comp plan next year, we're going to really get that like one document everyone could go to for prioritization, but I just want to kind of keep poking at that and clarify.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to check back on the last time that we brought the SR 303 corridor study to council, but I believe it was it was done, and it included the prioritization. We did not ask council to adopt that plan. With this plan, we included all of the SR 303 corridor study projects as one of the recommendations of the JCTP, and did not reprioritize those projects just reference the prioritization in the SR 303 corridor study
Okay.
that exists in the 303 corridor study.
Yeah, I think that's one thing be good to get clarification before next week. I think for me personally, I think as I remember reading the SR 303 corridor study, I didn't see any prioritization within that, just a listing of projects.
That list is the prioritization.
Okay.
It's like 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, like that is the prioritization.
Okay. And then similarly in here, sorry, I'm just, man, there's so many pages. I'm okay. I'm just scrolling it willy nilly, but could point to it where it's kind of listed the prioritization of projects in here. Is that accurate? Because there's a lot of lists where it starts with project 1, project 2, project 3. Are those just ID numbers, or is that in list of priorities?
That is yes, that's the prioritization there. I believe that everywhere where we list the projects, we list the prioritization. The only place where that might not be true is in the map graphic where they're just all listed. I'm not sure. I'll have to double check on that one if it included the prioritization number on it or not.
So like if I look, like Appendix A has JCTP project inventory list, and it starts with number 1 and goes all the way to 100, whatever, 181. Is that number 1 on the list our top priority, or is?
I believe
okay.
Appendix A is like the full list of all the projects that we looked at for like the whole in different, like everybody's ideas for projects is the 181 projects. So you would want to look like in section 7, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, you would want to look at those.
Table 8.1 has the project phasing, but 7. Sorry to spend a little more time on this. Just I think this is a source of confusion because I'm still confused on it. Okay, so section 7 has the maps. It has some projects called out. So that starts around page 200 in our packet. And then it goes to section 8, which is the but I don't see any lists in section 7, but it goes to 8 on the implementation plan. And that does have table 8-1, which starts off with, it groups it into short, medium, and long-term phase projects. And
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And has this. Okay. So in this case, these are prioritized.
Yes.
Okay. So that helps a lot. So I guess if we adopt this would be the list of priorities alongside some of the existing documents like the non-motorized plan and other documents out there for the next year until we adopt the transportation element, and that would supersede this and all the other documents.
Yes.
Okay. And Director Nucky, I just want to make sure I got that correct because
I'm sorry, I'm looking at something.
that's okay. I just want to double check. So what I was saying is that we do have a prioritized list in the JCTP here for the next year or so that would live alongside all our other planning documents like the non-motorized plan and others in SR 303 corridor. But then when we pass the transportation element of the comp plan with a new prioritized list, that would supersede all of these.
It takes all these documents
Mhm.
present prioritization. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think that's fair.
Okay. So if we had some, because I think this document's excellent. I don't want to, hold it up. If we had some and we thought one of these is prioritized really high, it should be lower, vice versa. I don't want to hold it up if we're going to dive into that with the comp plan. I.e., if we pass this, unless there's some quick and easy project next year that's high priority, it's not worth worrying about until we work on the comp plan.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
And really, I mean, the rubber meets the road in the TIP and the CIP, right? So that's and that's approved separately. So yeah.
Okay. And then yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I thought of that after I said it.
Oh, that's great. Perfect. All right, perfect. So that reassures me that any because we had a little public feedback on prioritization, especially with SR 303 quarter studies. So that reassures me that we've already passed the tip. We'll tackle it next year along with the transportation cop element. Council and the public will be able to weigh in on that kind of final prioritized list for the next eight years, which I know we talked about making it adaptive too, but yeah,
Revisit it every year.
correct.
Every year.
Okay. No, I love that. I love the idea of just that one go-to document that can really call out. If we have funding, if there's an available source, this is our next priority. There's no ambiguity about it. So
Yeah, there are definitely going to be presentations and interaction with council as the criteria gets established, and we'll apply the criteria to the projects and then see if the prioritization seems to make sense, or if we need to adjust the criteria. So it's going to be a lot of work, a lot of interaction developing that.
Excellent. Council, any other questions, comments on this? Anna? Oh, no, I think let's scrap that microphone. That's the trouble one. In addition to the microphone.
Okay. So, hey, I'm really sorry. This is what I used to do when I was teaching. It's like when the students were really good writers, I wouldn't bother to say, hey, by the way, this is really good writing. I'd just dive right in and go, this paragraph here should be leading here. So please forgive me. This is a ton of work, and I'm really impressed at the evolution of what. Oh, sorry. Yes, except for my flesh. I'm really impressed at the evolution of the JCTP between when it was presented to us, what, in July or August this summer. Really a lot of work. And I'm very heartened to know that we can move these priorities around over time, that this is not something that once we have signed up to it, like once we approve this plan, that it's like, that's it. We're locked in. You gave your word.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, this is a guidance document. I think it could be very useful.
Yeah.
As things change in the city, you can go back to it. If there's a particular issue that's come up, it might be good to go back to it and see what we thought would help that next.
Yeah. And just my final question, I'm just asking for curiosity that you keep referring to downtown, but you really mean like all the area that's around the base, right? Like even down Charleston way?
Yeah, we struggled with that a little bit.
Okay.
in kind of hopefully for the most part we talk about the downtown core, and that being kind of like the downtown sub area, and then there are the neighborhoods that are adjacent to the shipyard, which are still kind of sometimes referred to as downtown, but we tried to make a distinction between lines do get blurred a little bit here and there.
Well, or District 5, like the McGavin's core. Okay. Thank you. And congratulations to all of you guys on this document. Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any final? Yes, Denise.
Was something else. And it's not a question. As I was driving down here this evening, I couldn't get out of my neighborhood because it was bumper to bumper. And as I came down Sheridan, I saw the emergency lights and I knew it was something big. And so I talked to the chief when I got in and found out that it had been a major multi-car accident. Somebody going 100 miles an hour or so going north of the bridge into our neighborhood, meaning it has a corridor coming through it, but it is our neighborhood. Whatever we can do to make that corridor safer, I want us to do.
Thank you.
And I hope everybody's okay.
All right. Seeing no other comments or questions, can can assume this will be on general business next week since it's just such a large piece of work. Want to recognize that large piece of work, but
I plan on giving the full presentation that I gave last week
Excellent.
again next week, so that folks will have an opportunity to comment again if they would like to, or if anybody missed the first round.
I think that's fantastic.
And I also want to note that we are missing the resolution number. We'll get that updated before the next one.
Sounds good. That was a good placeholder. And then I was like to ask if we do get, I know there's an option to postpone, but if we do get any different or significant public comment, or as folks maybe tag up individually over this past week, being able to make any edits. I just want to make sure we have that ability. If we, it's such a large document, being able to make edits on the fly, if we need to, is that a possibility? And if not, what would be the ramifications of postponing it like 2 weeks last second? It puts us through the holidays, but I just want to see if there's any impacts. If
there would
do.
be some impacts. Our grant period is actually ending at the end of the year. But I could probably get an extension if it's needed. If there are some minor tweaks and changes, we could, probably do that mostly on the fly, or, pretty close to that. If there were major changes like to prioritization or taking a big project out, such as something like the adaptive signals, that would tip us over quite a bit, because we'd have to take a look at how that impacts the overall plan. One of the real world consequences is that if we have intersections that are failing their level of service, then it can be an issue for development and for concurrency. So, that could be a potential impact if we don't have a plan for a way to fix that. And right now, a lot of the level of service deficiencies are addressed with the adaptive signals. So that change in particular could tip us over a bit.
Gotcha. So not hearing a strong council majority for any particular change, I would suggest that any minor edits, if council can get that in writing to Public Works to consider, if anything pops in before the meeting, that would expedite. If there are any changes, maybe at the pre-briefing or on the fly, we can accept that and hopefully get this across the finish line. That sounds like a plan to everybody. All right. Excellent. Hearing no objection, this will be on general business for next week. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Ketter, and everyone in Public Works, and for all the hard work on this. Excellent. Let's see. So it's 6:20. I know this next item will go long. One idea is we could do the presentation for it, then take a break, as long as council doesn't discuss in the interim, and then go into Q&A. How does council feel on that?
It'll probably take 30 minutes or so.
Okay. In that case, folks want to take a quick 10-minute break now, and then we'll launch into that. All right. So it's 6:20. So let's reconvene at 6:30 with item A8. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
6:31, call the meeting back to order. And our next item of business is A8. We have Katie Ketterer to present resolution to confirm the administration's recommendation to develop a low barrier walk-up congregate homeless shelter at 100 Oyster Bay Avenue North. All right, take it away.
Good evening, Council. We have a presentation for you tonight regarding the homeless shelter development. I have a few lead-in slides, and then I'll introduce our consultant RPM, who will give a supplemental presentation on the shelter type analysis. So the agenda for this evening is to review the project status. The site will revisit the site evaluation and selection, review the timeline and some critical dates. We will review some of the comments that we've gotten from the neighborhood. RPM will give their shelter analysis presentation, check in on some costs, and then we'll land on kind of objective of summary of the different shelter types. So the project status currently, the city reviewed potential sites and selected the Oyster Bay property. We currently have 2 contracts for this project. We have a contract with Parametrics, who's an engineering firm, to do 30% design for the site development and grading. This includes conceptual layouts for a site that could be used for any of the 3 shelter types. It includes understanding the scope of site grading, the cost of grading, stormwater improvements that will be needed, access to the site, and draft site development permitting documents. Right now, they're currently working with us to finalize a layout concept for further development. And we also have a contract with RPM for the shelter type analysis. I want to note that SEPA and other permitting will begin once the shelter type has been selected. It cannot begin right now because we don't know the full scope of the project. Existing reports and investigations are being used to inform the feasibility and cost of the 30% design, but more detailed reports will be required for the permitting. So the site evaluation criteria that the city used in looking at sites included ownership, if it's owned by the city, size, a usable area of about 1 acre. One of the reasons for that is, well, there's a couple of reasons for that. One, we're looking at the size of developments that other cities had done. There is the code for a temporary encampment, which requires 1 acre of use. So that's kind of the reason why we chose 1 acre. The existing use, so you know, is there some current use for the site? The zoning must be some kind of zone that allows construction of a hotel. A basic critical area review to understand, you know, what types of reports would be needed for SEPA. Readiness, consideration of readiness and what improvements would be needed to help prepare the site. Access, is the site accessible from existing right-of-way? Transportation, resource accessibility, and timing, how quickly can the site be ready? So to dive a little further into that, the city staff reviewed the comprehensive property list prepared by the city auditor and eliminated properties that did not meet the most basic criteria. So size, existing use, you know, properties like parks, wells, pump stations, things like that used. Zoning, you know, there's a lot of property that is in the utility land that would not be appropriate for this use. 4 properties were identified for further evaluation, and it shows kind of the summaries of the evaluations that we did. For the site that we selected at north of the property, north of the Public Works and Utilities facility, it is large enough. It's zone general commercial, so it can host a hotel, which we stated. It's adjacent to Kitsap transit routes and within walking distance of several routes on Kitsap Way. It's near other resources such as healthcare, and conveniences that people would need day to day. Grading and site preparation needed for is needed for the shelter development and access at this site. But the grading is compatible with the future use of the Public Works and Utilities site. The full site, although we purchased it for a Public Works and Utility expansion, is not needed in the immediate future. This is a timeline that shows some of the critical milestones for this project. So we are under 30% design with parametrics. I have a milestone on there for the approval of the shelter type that will allow us to kick off several other design phases, including the design, the full design for the site, design for the actual shelter, and beginning those environmental and permitting documentation. I want to point out they're highlighted in red is on the 20th of January that is the due date for a state legislative funding ask. So we really need to understand what shelter type we would be pursuing at that point so that we can put in a funding request. There's also several other milestones here just to point out places where the council will continue to have oversight on this project. So in approving the shelter type now, it doesn't give a rubber stamp for the whole project. We will need to, as we would for any project, this is not an emergency declaration or anything like that. So we would still be coming to you for all of the normal approvals for design contracts and construction contracts and, potentially grants, acceptance approvals, budget adjustments. All of those things would still come through council. There's a milestone on there as well for the Salvation Army closing their shelter on May 1st. And we have public outreach shown on there continuing through the entire design and development portion of this project, and shelter operations planning happening concurrent to that as well. So we have heard a lot of concerns from the surrounding neighbors. And so I want to spend a little bit of time. There are some misconceptions, some misinformation out there. So I want to try and correct that. And I also, this is a summary, but I want to emphasize that we've heard a lot of concern and passion from these folks. So I just want to recognize how serious the neighborhood is taking this. And even though this is a summary of their comments, want to acknowledge and make sure that they feel fully heard in what they've said to us. So we've heard the concern that the site selection process was done without regard to neighborhood. And all of the sites that we looked at had surrounding neighborhoods. We've heard a concern that crime will increase. RPM is going to respond to that specifically in their presentation. And I want to point out that the shelter design will include some safety features. There's a concern that there's been a lack of public outreach, and we will include public outreach. A public outreach plan will be included with the consultant contracts for the shelter and site design. We've heard concern that we're bypassing SEPA and permitting. That is not true. SEPA and permitting will be completed, and the design will address aesthetics and other zoning design requirements. We've heard concerns about doing construction during the rainy season, but construction, as you may have seen in our timeline, is not planned until next summer. We've heard that there's there's a frustration about a lack of plan to mitigate neighborhood impacts. And the city want to assure that the folks that we will address neighborhood impacts through the design of the shelter and with the operations planning. Also, council will provide oversight at milestones such as the contract approvals, grants, budget adjustments, and as those things come forward for approval. We've heard concerns that we're taking on Kitsap County's plan, and we're going to provide a homeless shelter for the whole counties. And it is true that the city has taken full advantage of some work that Kitsap County has done, both to understand the scope of the homelessness issue, but also their previous plans and working with the Sprung shelter. And we have used that as an advantage to understand, the shelter size and what we might need from the site as we're doing a concept for the site. But the shelter itself will be sized and designed for Bremerton's use. So if you've seen plans for the shelter itself, that's not the plan for Bremerton's shelter. We've just used that basically for size. We've heard that there's been a lack of transparency. And just want to note that the city brought this project to the public's attention at the earliest stage of development with full transparency, and we will continue to do so both through presentations with the council, through public outreach, and with posting information on our webpage. Heard concern that there was another site that was preferred by the consultant. And there was a site at the wastewater treatment plant that was considered. It was eliminated due to several issues. The cost and the timeline for street improvements that would be needed to access the site is prohibitive. It's not just a $500,000 project. It likely be several $1,000,000, and it would include the purchase of a property in order to provide that access. And we've heard concerns that the current conditions at Salvation Army would come to the neighborhood, such as milling about personal items being about all around and trash. And along with this, we've heard concerns that this is going to be a warehouse style shelter where people are allowed to stay at night and are kicked out during the day. That is not the model that we are looking at. RPM will spend a little bit more time talking about the navigation center model, but it's a model that's a self-contained campus where the clients who are being served there stay all day. There's programming there for them during the day, and it would have an internal waiting room and a secure exterior courtyard, and we would provide services to clients only. So Salvation Army provides some extended services to, including meals during the day, laundry, hygiene services to people who are not their overnight clients, but just drop-in clients. And, things like giving away tents and sleeping bags and that sort of thing. And those types of services would not be provided at this site. Right. With that, we're going to switch over to the RPM presentation. The RPM team is here. They're joining us remotely. RPM is a consultant for homelessness programs and a development firm involved in developing and constructing navigation shelters. RPM has reviewed the scope of the homelessness issue in Bremerton and has evaluated 3 shelter types that could be implemented at the Oyster Bay site. They will now present their findings and recommendation. I'm going to introduce to you, stop my sharing here. So I'll introduce to you David Renard, the principal, and Cruz Avila, the homelessness and programming principal, here with us tonight. And will they introduce themselves? I will be getting their presentation queued up real quick so that I can move along those slides for them.
Thanks, Katie. Good evening, members of the council. We're excited to present our analysis to you guys tonight. Can you hear me okay?
Get the volume in the room a little louder, Ian. We'll look at Mike to see if that's possible. Yes, okay, go for it.
Okay, well, I'll wait for the slides to get up and then we'll jump right in. Also on the call is our CEO and founder, also my dad, Richard Renard.
There we go.
First slide will, the second slide will jump into our scope. I think it's pretty clear we're commissioned to do an analysis of 3 different shelter types. We've analyzed a lot of local data, community data, articles regarding homelessness and kind of combined it with our experience to produce a written report. Of course, this presentation, as well as an interactive map of all the services that are offered in and around your city, and some operating budgets for the different options of the shelters we're comparing. Next slide, please. So let's quickly review the county's point in time count. So out of 2023, 245 unsheltered individuals were identified. 58% of the 245 are unhoused in Bremerton, and the current shelter wait list is around 100 to 175 people. Next slide. Just more about us. Katie did a great job explaining kind of our hybrid and unique backgrounds. So both on the operations, programs, and kind of funding consulting side, but also a turnkey design firm, architecture and engineering, devoted to this type of housing. We've done 20 homeless shelter projects across the country. We've worked in 8 states. And the types of shelters we've done will range from very emergency, very quick type of shelter called an emergency shelter or warming shelter, to navigation centers, which is basically respite sleeping with wraparound services, food and meals and laundry. We have done tiny home villages and are embarking on RV safe parking sites as well. Next slide, please. So we'll introduce the shelter options. We're comparing a regulated tent encampment, a pallet community, as well as a sprung shelter. Next slide. So let's go over some definitions of what these 3 options are. A regulated tent encampment is a designated area where individuals or groups can set up temporary shelters, typically in the form of tents, in a controlled and regulated manner. What you see in front of you was a good example. Before we jump to that next slide, just want to pull a little bit more aesthetics on it. Katie, if you are able to go back. Don't worry about it. We'll keep going. Okay, so a pallet community. You see the image on your screen. It's a housing arrangement where individuals or families will reside in the small structures, tiny homes or micro shelters made by pallet shelters. Next slide. And then, of course, a sprung shelter. They're used as a solution for providing temporary congregate housing quickly and efficiently for emergency response or initiatives addressing homelessness. Next slide. So option one, the regulated tent encampment. The first point is really key. It's short term, it's a little effective alternative to living in an encampment, an unsanctioned encampment. However, technically speaking, you're not sheltering any of the residents. So definition of an unsheltered homeless person is a person that lives in a place not meant for human habitation, such as cars, parks, sidewalks, abandoned buildings, or on the street. So we strongly feel that a sanctioned encampment does not align with the city's initiatives and the mayor's core values. Next slide. So kind of the reasons why is because of the health implications of tent encampments. They're makeshift. They're located typically on the cold, hard ground, rarely insulated, and with limited heating options. They pose a significant risk to the public health of both the residents and the surrounding community. They're really not comparable to our two other options. They don't provide shelter. They don't fall in line with national definitions of shelters. They're unhealthy, they're unsafe, and they become a city-sponsored public health situation, which further perpetuates the stigma of homelessness. Next slide. Focusing now on pallet communities. They're widely popular across the country. Currently, there's about 2,700 units across 13 states. They do offer the quickest solution for quick build emergency shelters, and their success stems from a unique combination of minimal site development, which allows for rapid construction, and as a firm, their commitment to employing recently unhoused individuals. Some of the drawbacks, the general maintenance can also be more difficult just due to the large number of individual units, which will require operational and staff inspections of the mechanical units, smoke detectors, electrical circuits overloading with multiple appliances. There's smoke detectors and fire extinguishers that are easily disabled and vandalized by residents. And those individual mechanical units, I'm talking of like heating and cooling, are typically low efficiency and require regular filter changes and frequent maintenance due to damage and overuse. From our opinion, working across a lot of different projects and with different tiny home products, we feel the interior is a little unrefined, and they have not been adequately tested for fire resistance. Several sites have caught fire, and we'll talk about that later. Next slide. So of course, we can all kind of imagine that these modular sleeping units, tiny homes, micro shelters, they don't contain individual bathrooms or showers. And so that means that shared facilities must be accessed by walking outdoors. So this is both a health and a security problem. On the security side, kind of imagine late at night, a victim of domestic abuse has to go outside and use the bathroom. So we define that as a security problem, nighttime hours for women, seniors, and people with disabilities. And it's problematic for mixed populations on one site, meaning gender, such as the trauma abuse victims, transgender, and mentally ill clients. So aside from the safety concern, there's a health concern. So you're traveling outside at night in freezing temperatures from a shower to your unit. That's been known to cause negative health effects due to the exposure to cold in a damp environment. And that's per NILH standards that we reference in our overall report. Additionally, staff's going to have more difficulty in making sure that clients are protected both from outside elements and themselves, weather, crime, and health. So because of this lack of visibility that comes with these individual private spaces. Next slide. From a use standpoint, they have an effective footprint per unit of approximately 64 to 80 square feet, but an ineffective kind of maximum number of units per acre due to the necessary fire separation between them. When we review the Oyster Bay site, it would be costly. Additional grading would be needed. And so just because of these site restrictions between the separation of each unit. The shelters themselves utilize Tek screws that pierce the structural envelope. And over time, this is going to create many leak points. Occupants of several sites have voiced extra measures needed to mitigate these leaks. Fortunately, so far, fires have been documented in Oakland, Los Angeles, and Banning, all in California. Next slide. We'll focus the balance of this presentation on sprung shelters. And first kind of go over the definition of shelter. Shelters exist to provide residents with safety and protection from exposure to the weather, while simultaneously reducing the environmental impact on the community. So providing respite and services to the residents in a hygienic bathroom and shower area. These types of shelters are best executed with a sprung structure, which is an energy efficient, clear span tension membrane building. The shape of the sprung structure with the tall interior ceilings actually enable a more dense floor plan without feeling claustrophobic. So we're able to fit more residents relative to other construction types like modular trailers. And with the tall ceilings comes natural light, brings this kind of bright, airy feel to it, and it's a little more dignified and a humanistic facility. The sprung shelter option offers a more regulated open space where the climate controls, which thus being disease prevention, is managed at a staff level versus at an individual resident level like pallet. So this adds to the positive health impacts of the facility. Next slide. The congregate style dormitory are highly staff efficient because the staff and the clients or residents are regularly interacting. So this results in increased safety for staff and clients by reducing the response time for emergency situations through visual monitoring and a limited number of building entry points. So let's just use the example of someone having a cardiac arrest. Everyone's going to notice. But if they're in a micro shelter or a private space, you might not have, you won't be able to see this until maybe it's too late. So shelters with dormitory buildings also provide more convenient and safe access to restrooms and showers during day and nighttime hours without ever having to leave the facility. So there is no outdoor exposure to use a restroom in a sprung shelter. This also offers direct access to staff and security, and is easily accommodated within a building like this. Also, centralizing operations under one roof makes day-to-day operations more streamlined, and efficiency is improved, resulting in better outcomes and less stress for the residents. The intake process, it occurs indoors. And so just kind of break away from the traditional sense of maybe driving by a shelter and seeing a line outside. That doesn't take place with a sprung shelter because we designed those waiting rooms for the interior. So that helps to improve neighborhood optics. Next slide. Congregate dormitory buildings are the most efficient way to maximize the number of dwelling units at a given site. So if we're going to look at it from just a typical dormitory facility, we can fit close to 400 beds per acre, and a 100-bed dormitory can be placed on a site that's less than half an acre. Now we're qualifying and defining dormitory only because typically when we're doing a sprung shelter, we're increasing the square footage for interior day space, programming space, case management space, of course, the bathrooms and things of that nature. Unique feature to sprung specifically for sprung shelters is the column-free design. So we have a much more flexible interior layout. And this means that we can change the interior dynamics over time. We can evolve with either the demographic of the population or to change the structure's use entirely. could go to a community center, it could be a public works facility. When designed properly, a shared congregate living facility can help create a sense of shared purpose and belonging, and in general, larger buildings feel more traditional than individual sleeping units. So the sprung shelters are flexible in design to allow traditional architectural components to be integrated, like glass, storefront glazing, entry doors, fun curves, alcoves, and entryways. Next slide. We'll begin to kind of address some of the stigma that the community has been talking about around crime. And I think the best way to go through this is we've found a number of research journals and articles that speak to this from cities and neighborhoods' real world experience that's been published. The first one is an article from CURB in San Francisco, and they pulled data from Cron 4, a news agency out here, and crime around most of San Francisco's navigation centers has dropped based on evidence of crime reports requested of a quarter-mile radius. There's a great article by Dignity Moves, which is a great homeless programs developer that was tied with data from KQED, and studies show the opening of homeless shelters does not result in an increase of crime rates, and crime rates have decreased after the establishment of homeless shelters. Another article from the Frisk shows no pattern of rising crime in the months following the opening of a shelter. Next page. Fremont for Everyone was a large research journal about navigation centers having no effect on neighborhood crime. And it was analysis of San Francisco Police Department data with 3 of these findings. So it was department data, but it was also tied in with surveying neighborhoods. So the amount of crime occurring in navigation centers was equal to locations without centers. Half of those surveyed believe amount of visible homeless decreased after a center opened in their neighborhood. And neighbors living within 1 block of the navigation center did not believe that the centers had any effect on the value of their property. The last article is one for an interesting case in San Francisco. And the best way to summarize it is, everywhere that we introduce a shelter, neighborhoods always oppose it, but they end up supporting them after they start seeing the outcomes later down the road. So out of the 3, the sprung shelter best aligns with the intent of all the preceding information. It's the only option that truly offers an open, transparent, and controlled setting for the residents, the clients, ensuring safety to the public of the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. So our recommendation is the sprung shelter. It's the better option for climate control, disease prevention. This is just better for the health of the residents as well as the surrounding community. The sprung shelters are a better alternative to both encampment and pallet options because they align with the 2019 Homeless Crisis and Housing Plan and providing shelter from the elements. The sprung better fits into the City of Bremerton 2021 Comprehensive Plan amendments by supporting efforts to provide a variety of housing options, such as emergency group housing, homeless shelters, and short-term housing. And they're a more sustainable option due to the reusability, adaptability, and reduced construction time compared to conventional methods. So that wraps up the presentation that we prepared for this study session. Katie, I believe that we have another table that I should jump to right now. So Katie's going to pull up a table, and of course we reviewed a lot of stuff, and sometimes it's easier to put a lot of that onto one sheet and kind of start to begin to compare and contrast the 3 different options based off of different categories. Or do we do that now, Katie, or should we do it at the end of your next segment? We can't hear you guys. You're muted, just in case you were speaking.
Anything changed? Checking now. Can you hear us now?
Yep.
Okay, there we
Okay.
go. So we lost you for a second.
So I'm going to go over the potential costs real quick, and then we will land on the summary slide.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, so we wanted to update you all on our current understanding of costs, because they do evolve as we get further into this project. What we have here is based on what we think is needed, about 100 beds. There's quite a difference between the pallet community and the sprung shelter here. And a major driver of that is the density of the pallet community. So in order to fit 100 pallet units, we would have to grade a much larger area. And so that drives up the site grading and construction. For the tent encampment, it is a lower cost, but still significant. Of course, there would still be the grading costs that would need to be accounted for, as well as some capital costs for like the bathrooms and gathering places, offices, that sort of thing. So there are still some pretty significant costs even for a tent encampment. We don't fully understand the operations, maintenance, and costs for each shelter type. However, there are some considerations that we want to mention at this point. The sprung shelter likely has the lowest operations cost due to the efficiency of the space, both for staffing, as David talked quite a bit about in his presentation, but also in energy costs, because you have one very energy efficient building that you're heating and cooling versus a ton of different little units that are not very power efficient. And then the pallets will have a much higher maintenance cost due to the fact that they're constructed from less durable materials and the number of individual units that must be maintained. So we're talking about individual heaters and AC units, the locks, the windows, the doors, all of these things need to be maintained. So that drives up the maintenance cost of the pallet shelter option. All right, so now I'll go back to David to kind of summarize this table here for us.
Okay. Hello again. All right, so we have our shelter types on the right and then issue features on the left. So we're breaking it down by categories. Starting at the top, likelihood to immediately fill, resulting in inability to enforce no camping ordinance. So this goes to Katie's point about the amount of residents that we can fit in a sprung shelter on the site versus the amount of pallet units that will fit on site. So it's a low likelihood to immediately fill within a sprung shelter and high likelihood to immediately fill within a pallet community. Next category is potential for on-site drug or alcohol use. As I described before, it's a more open environment in the sprung shelters, so there is a low chance of that happening. But in the privacy that a pallet option brings, there is a high propensity of that happening. Next feature being dignified housing that communicates compassion for residents and value of residents is a yes for both the congregate and the pallet community. For the next feature, climate controlled environment and year-round protection from weather, it is a yes for both the congregate sprung shelter and the pallet community. The construction costs for the 100 beds at Oyster Bay is a lower amount for the sprung shelter at $5.4 million and a higher amount for the pallet community at $6.6 million. There's of course a note here that we should call out, and that additional beds can be added at essentially no cost within a sprung shelter, and site expansion is required with the pallet community. The next feature is the operations and maintenance cost. So with the sprung shelter, it's lower than the compared option pallet being higher. And there's another note there. As Katie had kind of just described, costs not currently quantified, but expected to be much higher for pallet, since each pallet unit has its own 2,700 watt heater and 8,000 BTU AC unit, has non-code compliant insulating R value, and is fabricated of less durable materials. We'll go to the next category, and that's the shelter expected life. So with the sprung shelter, that's 50 years. And with the pallet community, that is 15 years. So the note here is that the sprung structure warrants the skin at 25 years and the substructure, the structural components, at 50 years. Pallet shelter warrants their structures against manufacturing defects for 2 years. Moving to the next category, can the option incorporate architectural features, glazed entryway vestibules? The sprung can, the pallet cannot. Next category, facility centralized in one space, can use restroom without going outside. The sprung shelter, yes, and the pallet community, no. And the last category, can the shelter be repurposed? And with the sprung, you can, for a number of different ways. The first one that I've already described, with it having a column-free interior. The second reason is the substructure is aluminum, and it's an all-bolt assembly. It can be relocated if need be. For the pallet community, it cannot be repurposed other than a pallet shelter.
So that is the end of our presentation, and we're going to open it to questions and comments.
All right, thank you all. I know this is the first time council seeing basically all this information, so I'm writing down furiously, but appreciate you bringing it all to us. We'll go ahead and start going around, and I might suggest, just because I think we're going to have a lot of questions each individually, so if folks could maybe spend 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes on a few, and we'll move to the next person, and we can do as many rounds as we need to dive in here. Perfect. So seeing Jane up first, go for it.
What were the 4 sites that you considered?
We considered a site that is adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant. 2 sites that are in Gorst, the Jarstead Park, and also we have a laydown pipe yard that's kind of adjacent to where the Jarstead Park area is, and the Oyster Bay site.
Is the zoning equal to hotel because you want it for 100 people, or what made you decide that you had to find zoning for 100 or zoning equal to hotel?
That was the recommendation of DCD and their evaluation of what type of building and what type of zoning would be required for building.
Building a sprung shelter or building anything?
Building a sprung shelter, and then there's also slightly different requirements for the pallet shelter, which they get kind of complicated, but we started with the shelter, the hotel, because that kind of covered everything.
Well, yeah, maybe Director Spencer can answer that, because
we're running out of microphones, but I think we can share.
So to answer your first question, which is why is hotel? Because there's a state law that says if you allow a hotel, you must allow a congregate shelter. So there's been a determination at the state level that says hotel equals homeless shelter, et cetera. So any place that you permit a hotel, you must also permit a shelter. So we looked at all the different zoning districts that we have, and they're permitted within general commercial and other kinds of commercial zoning.
So there is other zoning besides
Yes.
hotel
Any
within the city that we own property.
I don't know that we own property that's large enough to accommodate this. So looking at the sites that Katie mentioned, there's Jarstead Park, and then there's these other ones. Jarstead Park is city utility land and hotel is not permitted. So you can't establish a homeless shelter or hotel at that location for the Jarstead properties.
So based on wanting to have all noticeably homeless people in one place, you determined that you needed this large of an area. Am I correct? I mean, maybe if, and I'm not saying this is my idea, but say we wanted to do 5 smaller areas in town that only served 20 people at each place, because there's going to be there's different types of homeless people. It's not just folks who were living down on MLK and Broadway. That's just a small amount, but it appears that this may be the plan just for those folks. So anyway, you do need a ½ acre, 1 acre, 3 acres. What?
So I think you're asking a multi-layered question. The question before me was about where does zoning permit shelters? So that was
So
general
hotels
commercials.
1. Yes.
Hotels is for a shelter. And then as Katie talked about, we had to start looking at sites that met the city's standards for encampments. And the city has code standards for encampments. And that's where she talked about the acre site. And I'm happy to get you that code reference. And I didn't make the determination about, splitting up into one site or multiple sites. That wasn't my call. The question before me was, where does the zoning permit a shelter to be established?
Okay. So it's commercial. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jay. Another question I have, we have a lot of unsheltered people who are living in RVs, living in cars. Is this to serve them also, or just the folks that were visible this summer on MLK and Broadway?
So we are planning for parking at this site. And so folks who are living in their cars could park their cars and utilize the shelter, be a client of the shelter. Not necessarily live in their cars, but they could certainly safely park their car at the shelter and use the shelter. RVs are a little bit different, because they're obviously quite a bit bigger. I think if there were a client who had an RV and wanted to stay in the shelter, we might try and accommodate the parking of that RV there. But we wouldn't be hosting folks to live in their RVs
At this place.
site. That's right.
But we might have other options.
I think the mayor wants to add something.
Yeah, and that's the operations, this will be another a checkpoint that you'll have is when we actually get to operations, what's allowed on the site. I think we all know that some homeless people staying at shelters need a car to get to work.
Right.
And some of them living in the cars on the streets actually go to work during the day. And so there's another project we will be going into in the new year that might talk about a safe parking place. And so Katie was just bringing up what might be some options. But again, that's shelter operations, and that would be the next, that's down the road a ways. Of course, you'll have to agree to those.
Yeah, and I have to disagree with the presentation that they said dormitory living is less stressful. A lot of people who were much more experienced in working with folks who are without homes claim that that is not the case. So I'm not am not sure where that fact came out from your consultant. And then I really have to disagree with that that this has been really transparent. I mean, most of the public outrages is and I, as a brand new member of council, have been to every meeting and I haven't heard any specifics. Folks who live by Oyster Bay, they don't know that this is going to be fenced. They don't know that people aren't going to have to leave every day. I mean, they do right this minute. They don't know about that you're not going to kick people out and that it's not going to look like Salvation Army, although Salvation Army, I mean, they provide a great service, but that's not really what the neighbors want. So I really don't think it's been very transparent. I think when administration and staff is talking to each other on a committee and they like have been bouncing ideas off of each other, there might be the assumption that other people know these things too. But I mean, it's pretty evident with all the folks who were at a study session that people don't really know what's going on. And this is the first time that council has actually heard this level of detail. So I'll let the next person go. Or if you want to respond.
Yeah, no, Mayor, feel free to respond. I think it's important.
Okay, thank you. The work that went into developing the site decision was ongoing through the summer as we communicated, and I communicated to the media and to the city council at multiple and camping ordinance discussions. And so we were all aware that was happening. When we completed our analysis, I think pretty much shortly thereafter, we alerted you that I've got some paper over there. We alerted you that we've completed our analysis. This is a site, and then we briefed you on that and began moving forward with, developing a proposal. We felt it was important to get in front of you as soon as we had information to share, and not a moment after that. And then a lot of questions come up, which we have not, which we are preparing all of the answers to, and a lot of it's going to depend on the proposal of what you allow us to do, which shelter option you pick.
I appreciate that you've been working really hard, and there have been certain things that we've known, we knew that it was most likely going to be at Oyster Bay. But I think it's just saying the devil's in the details, and that's what's scaring the community is there was not a good understanding of the details, and that's what scares people.
Let's go Jennifer, then Eric.
Wow.
Have poltergeists here in our.
No.
Do not want to scare the general public away. I really appreciate their feedback and what they have to share and their concerns. So feedback. Oh, gracious. Well, now that we're all awake again, and so that presentation was about 30 minutes. RPM is RPM. That was David. Is that right? David Renard.
Yes.
Are you a consultant?
I don't know if you're asking RPM as a firm or as me as a person.
Well, I think we keep using the terminology consultant, and I'd like to know do you consider yourself a consultant?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for you for now. Because I just want to, and I don't want to keep, this is just kind of a general statement, just from a layperson's perspective, is when we use the term consultant, we generally are looking for a neutral third party. And I don't feel like this is, I feel like we got a sales pitch from a professional that designs these for, I mean, that's what they do. They make, I mean, they make money off of building the structures. So it doesn't feel like it's a neutral pitch. And but what we're dealing with is we have to get something up quick. We have to get going. I don't necessarily, and I'm just going to go on record saying I don't necessarily have a problem with the site location. It's going to be controversial no matter where we go. And I think that what's really concerning the public is that there's a lot of unanswered questions, and they want the questions answered, and that does need to happen. We need a safety plan. We need assurance to the public there's going to be security. I think council's ready to put security funding into place for this and support our neighbors and our constituents feeling safe. But I guess I think I'm just feeling like we just spent 45 minutes getting a sales pitch from a company that does this for a living. I have a couple of clarifying questions. So looking at the timeline, it looks like with Salvation Army closing in May 1st. And then there's not going to be any shelter option available. Mayor, who wants to respond to that one?
Yes,
Ready for
thank
it.
you. Thank you, Counselor. And so, and as I said all throughout the summer, that I would get this job, this proposal in front of you, as soon as I have clear decision from you, and I'm hoping soon. We're fast track. I will immediately get to work, and I will work until we have this done, where we close the gap. And so, as anything, I'm going to be under the gun again. We have time constraints. I will work with our partners. I will do everything I can to ensure we keep folks sheltered. And so just know that I just need the decision that we're going to go a certain way, and then we'll get to work on it.
Okay, but really right now we don't have, I mean, I just want to clarify just for, as we're planning the future, this upcoming 24, what it's going to look like on our streets and the obstacles our houseless community and our neighbors are going to face that have housing. There's not going to be a shelter option between now and between 5/1 and the opening of a new shelter. Is that a yes or no? It's an unclear answer.
Yeah,
really.
let me maybe I'll reword the answer then. If I can get a clear decision from you with an option, with the option that we're proposing, then I can actually go out to our community partners and say from May 1st till November, early November, I need support to keep the community sheltered.
Okay, and I think some of our community partners have spoken.
Yes.
Our experts in our community have spoken about what they believe is the best option, and I trust them more than, I want to support you in getting this up and going, but I do trust our community partners that are boots on the ground, that are working with the agencies that are doing the work right now. Bremerton Housing Authority, Tony Ives, and they have a suggestion that is just, it's great. I guess so. When you have a direction, then you'll be able to move forward, but that still leaves, and I'm going to ask it a third time.
Yeah.
We do not have a shelter available. We don't have a shelter option from 5/1 until 11. So my concern and my question is a clarifying question. Will there be enforcement of tent camping during that time?
Okay, so if the council, if you decide not to approve the sprung structure proposal, then we will see what we had the first time, a low barrier congregate shelter closed. The folks on May 1st will exit that shelter onto the street, and we won't have the ability to enforce our laws, our anti-camping law.
Right, but it says that the shelter doesn't even open, the construction doesn't even begin until August of 2024.
So
Go ahead.
So then what I will do, as soon as you provide a clear path forward,
Okay.
tomorrow, well, we're not going to approve this tonight, But when you do approve it, I will get to work with an agreement to try to see if I can keep a shelter going until November.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, so presumably we're gonna ask Salvation Army to stay open. I mean, that's like one of the options. There's other options, but that's what you'll do to, okay.
If I can just tip my hand, yes. Yes. And
Need to get the mirror mic that works, maybe. His is starting to get all scratchy too.
Well,
Yeah, let's give him a mic that
swap
where he
that
can,
out.
because we want to be able to hear him clearly.
is this,
So,
is
is this
this
thing
work?
on? This thing is on. You sound great.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, that is who I'll be working with. And so here's the thing with setting up a shelter, and I'm getting way ahead. We're getting into scenarios here, but it takes a while to hire shelter operators. It takes a while to mobilize volunteers.
Of course.
That would be my first choice, is to work with community funding partners like Kitsap County to see if we could work together to keep that shelter open until the low barrier walk-up congregate shelter is up and running.
Okay. And so is this going to be a Salvation Army replacement shelter, or will we have two shelters once that shelter is opened up in November?
The details on what will happen after we have our shelter up and running and how they're going to proceed with their winter shelter, that has not been worked out yet. So right now they are here to support. It's an operations issue at this point. I think we're trying to agree on a concept. What we think might do two things: give people shelter that didn't have it before. Now we already have it in front of us. What happened on May 1st? Our streets filled up with people. There was no other options that came forward. I'm proposing this option. Two, when November, we weren't able to enforce any camping laws when we lost our shelter. November 1st, when we reopened the shelter, I know this sounds terrible, but November 1st, when the Salvation Army reopened, we were able to enforce our camping laws. We had civility in our neighborhoods. We had 50 people which we have on average now, who have shelter in the city, that wanted shelter on those streets. I'm not sure that if I'm providing you the certainty, but that you're looking for, Counselor. All I can say is that I will get to work immediately once I have a date certain, because I'm going to provide a date certain to the best of our ability, a timeline of November 1st.
Thank you so much. Attorney Fennell, can I clarify that question with you? If we don't have an open shelter, then that means that our camping ordinance is unenforceable. Is that correct?
So the ordinance isn't enforceable unless there's shelter space available within the city of Bremerton or within Kitsap County if transportation is provided at no cost.
Okay. And so we would at our cost, at the city's cost, provide transportation to a shelter that's available. And to my knowledge, the only other shelter that would be available is perhaps in Port Orchard, but I think that's run by the mission. So I guess those are my questions for now. Thank you for your grace and letting me spend some time asking them, and I'll wait for my second round.
Okay, Eric.
Okay, I want to start off by saying thank you, Katie, for taking on this task. When you got hired, I don't know how many years ago, I doubt you envisioned you'd be designing amongst your projects a homeless shelter or a designated area. You didn't sign up for that. So I guess other duties is assigned. But the reason I mentioned that, heartfelt thank you. Tremendous amount of pressure, and my discomfort is that, first of all, Mayor, we dumped this on you. We did. The City Council dumped this on you. And I said last Wednesday, I don't want to go back to where we were before we passed this camping ordinance, anti-camping ordinance. And so we put in another clause in the ordinance that said to the effect, if there's a designated campsite available, then you still can't camp on the right of ways and parks and whatnot. When we passed that, I did not envision that the city would get into the business of running a homeless shelter. And I don't want the city to get into the business of running a homeless shelter. I really don't. We don't have the expertise. We have public works staff designing this. I mean, is this insane or not? Are we going down like, holy, really? And I understand this is an emergency. You got to pick your best resource. It could have been parks. It could have been DCD. It's a combination, but here you got Katie and Tom saying, okay, this is what we're with the mayor's guidance. I understand. So thank you for doing that. I mean, we forced it on. My first preference is, what can we do to keep the Salvation Army to stay open 24 hours all year round? And so we don't have to do this.
Can I jump?
Sure.
I just talked with them. We have talked. They are out of the year-round 24/7 shelter business. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. So they're out of that business. They are a partner, and so but they are completely out of it, 100%. And I actually, I mean, Doug Washburn from the county. I asked him to come to verify, to re-verify this. Doug, the Salvation Army's reported to you, they're out of this business. So, yeah, you're out of the year-round business.
Just for the recording, sorry, that was Mr. Washburn saying yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We,
Thank you for that clarification. So that's my first preference. The second, as I stated, I do not want the city running a homeless shelter. So, Mayor,
Yes.
what is the plan? Is the city going to be running a homeless shelter?
No, we will get him. My goal is to make this a seamless transition from Salvation Army to a bridge situation to our shelter. We will not operate that shelter. That will be contracted out. And so, and again, I don't want to get too far into ahead on who we might propose. But if it works out, we'll do something where the Salvation Army takes it over. I think we do it in the short term, and then we evaluate what do we want to see in a shelter operator. I am comfortable with the Salvation Army, but as we go through the steps of approving contracts, especially operations, and what do we want to see for outcomes with a shelter, there may be an RFP that needs to go out. And so that's a couple steps down the road, but we are not going to be in this business. I've got to get these folks back to other city business. We have a lot of projects going. This is hold everybody off, work nights, weekends, holidays, just to get what you have in front of you.
Okay. A follow-up question is, do we know how much it would cost to run a shelter of this type year round? Because if we're building it,
yeah,
even if we're not operating it, we're going to pay to have it operated. How many millions of dollars, and can the city afford this?
Yeah, it's going to be what's happening right now. I mean, Doug, are you comfortable coming up and talking about how much we support you support the Salvation Army, or it's up to you? Okay. I'll just share.
Hi, my name is Doug Washburn. I'm the director of Kitsap County Human Services, for the record. Currently, the Salvation Army used to open up during the winter time, for several years now. When we first started out, the county did not fund them at all for that. Then it became more and more expensive. We started funding at $30,000 probably 7-8 years ago. Right now, for the period they're open this time, it's about $1.1 million is what we're funding the Salvation Army. That funding comes from Department of Commerce. That's what the county is willing to support this, but we wanted either the sprung structure, pallet structures, or a hybrid of the two. We would not be able to support the other tent structure just because when it gets below 32 and cold outside, we're still in the same problem. So that's what it's costing now for about 6 months. It's about $1.1 million. So it'd be probably around $2 million. The Department of Commerce, we do have some funding for that. We'd still have to work together with grant funding. And we never know, as you're familiar with, we never know what the legislature is going to do. Kitsap Community Resources, Bremerton Housing Authority, St. Vincent de Paul, they all have other options for funding to help with case management that they'll step forward and help with that. Especially if we meet with them and work with them on that. The mayor have sent Jennifer his staff that schedules things. We've requested meeting times where we can get together with that group. So as soon as we have the mayor's availability, we'll get together with them and talk about what we could possibly do. But that your specific question though, yeah, for the 6-month period, it's about $1.1 million. So it'd be right around $2 million annually.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then as far as capacity, there's this, it's a terrible expression to put in this, but if you build it, they will come. Is Kitsap County planning on having a sprung shelter and somewhere else in Kitsap County, or is everything going to be localized here in Bremerton?
We did look very seriously at that right at the beginning of the pandemic. What we found was that gym that was a gym that was for sale in Port Orchard. So we are going to have about 75 people there. So we did that instead of a sprung structure because that looked like it was going to be a little more cost effective for us to do that.
And when is that coming online?
That will be online. We just closed all the bids. The contractor is selected, so that will be online in November of next year, right around the same time yours would be. And that's for 75 individuals.
Do you foresee that, or your projections? I forgot the number. We have it may not be the same type of clientele, but is that going to be enough capacity? 100 plus 75. Is that going to be enough capacity for the next, I don't know how far out we can go, 2, 3, 4 years? Is that the immediate to intermediate term? Is that enough capacity?
It's hard to say at this point. We would like more, but also working with our community partners, again, Kitsap Community Resources, Bremerton Housing Authority, St. Vincent, Rescue Mission, they'll be doing things too simultaneously. Maybe they can get, if we work with them, a spread or a pallet structure set up or another hybrid structure. So we'll all be working toward that. We'll be much better off than we are right now, having that additional 150 beds.
Okay. And then the last question, not necessarily for you, Mr. Washburn, but for the administration, is that I appreciate you took the approach of looking at city-owned properties. I don't dispute your criteria, but the current site, and I'm not speaking for or against the current site, but just point out the facts of the matter. The current site has some grading issues. You can't do this during the winter time, so it's delaying the project. Has the city considered locations that, just like the county did, that aren't owned by the city and more of a commercial area? Maybe even out towards Skia. I know there's problems with that, but maybe you could have bus service, et cetera. In other words, have we thought about acquiring a piece of property that's much more easily developable so we can meet this deadline and get something up and running by May 1st? Have we considered that?
Well, with the potential stopgap, maybe we'll call it a stopgap measure. We're on track with your approval to have something developed in the fall. So we need to fill May 1st to the fall. We have other partners who've stepped up who want to help. I mean, I don't want to put them on the spot, get them a bunch of phone calls. If it's money for a lease, for a temporary lease to help out, right now to go out, start another project to make a purchase or a lease agreement to bring that forward to you to approve that. What I want to do is get us on track with getting that shelter developed so we can meet the funding, the January 20th funding cycle. And what I want to go circle back to, Councilor, real quick, was a couple certainties we have in front of us. What happened, how our streets were regulated before the Salvation Army closed, what happened afterwards, and then what happened again after November 1st when it reopened. We're averaging 50 a night at the Salvation Army, a high of 60. During the pandemic, we were averaging about 75 with a high of 90. So that was a certainty that we have in front of us. All the other wonderful support and housing providers and everybody doing hard work in our community, when that shelter closed, it dumped a lot of people onto our streets, and a criminal vagrant element came in amongst the folks that were very much in need, filtered in amongst them. It created an unsafe environment for our neighborhoods and in an unsafe environment for the folks forced to live outside because we had no other options. And so I wanted to make sure that the case study we have right in front of us was what just occurred. The as far as other agreements to fill that stopgap, I can say the same thing that I said to you all summer when I said I was working on getting us another shelter, is I'm working on filling that gap. And I'll bring something to you if it's required.
Leave. Oops, sorry. There's the mic. Take a second. Okay. Then very well. Denise, then Anna.
Game, rock, paper, scissors, never. I too, I want to echo Councilman Younger and maybe add a little slant. I was confused a lot of the time about why Public Works was leading this. I mean, I know the site and grading it and getting ready and everything, but the core part of it to me was housing. Because I see everything as being connected. And so any kind of shelter is housing to me. So I'm always delighted to see Director Spencer available, for us as we proceed. But I do want to make note of that I know it was a group effort and all of that. But for me, it was flip-flopped. And that's just my perception. I know just enough to be dangerous. You know that. I know just enough about a few things to be dangerous. And one of the things I know a lot about is affordable housing and homelessness and why and what to do and all of that. I mean, I haven't been in that sector for 5 or 6 years, but it's pretty recent. It was for a long time. And I just have to reiterate, transparency is being open. It's also not having any secrets. And I appreciate the withholding of information when it's necessary, when there's negotiations going on or whatever. We're at a juncture here where it's wait. You've heard me say this before. And then it's hurry up, make the decision. And that does not feel good to me at all, because there's a lot of information I don't think that's been shared with council. And I heard from a state legislator that they had been approached by our lobbyist for Bremerton to buy the Quality Inn. I didn't know about that. That seems like a significant mission creep. Why are we now buying I didn't know. It was shocking to me. And I made a joke of it and said, I guess we'll find out. I still haven't been told that, I don't think. My speculation is that it was a dual need. Salvation Army doesn't want to do this anymore. Sprung Shelter provides capacity. Salvation Army capacity can move into Sprung Shelter. It meets a county need, which I don't mind. Scratch my back, all that kind of stuff. And yet, I'm not feeling good about this. And I like the word hybrid, especially when something's being forced down my throat. And that's what this feels like. I want to agree with Councilmember Chamberlain. It sounded like a sales pitch, and it was a distributor. They're not, I'm sorry, they're not professionals. I'm looking at Joe Rozak in the audience here. That man is an expert. Jill Stanton right behind him. That woman is an expert. And they were at tables and they weren't listened to. And I am at my wit's end with this. What they have finally provided to us, they did, this group of community partners is a hybrid model, 3-pager. They stand ready to help us make it happen. I don't think it took a year. And maybe the right people were involved in that discussion. I don't know. But I think I do not believe that the administration has been transparent about this project, because I've been told, wait, I can't talk about it, wait. And now I get this amount of information, and I'm going to be asked to make a decision. I'm going to, respond to that. This is not the right process. It's just not the right process. And I think the council has a huge responsibility in here. And we've been met at the last hour with a proposal. And now we're going to have to figure out what to do. I do want to get clarity. I want to get clarity that there is in the works the possibility of buying the Quality Inn to use as shelter. There is not.
This Quality Inn is being looked at. No decision to move forward. And so there's other projects. When we talk about potential stopgaps, could be one. Not ready to make a proposal on how or what that might look like. Right now, they have 20-some rooms that they could lease. Okay, that could be negotiated to help get us through. Multiple options. People have stepped forward, different organizations willing to do it on a very temporary basis. A lot of options. I didn't bring this crisis, the homelessness crisis. This is here in Bremerton now. So we are operating, we can call it a crisis level. And so I'm moving as quickly as I can. And I told everybody, be ready for a lot of information, be ready and do some homework. If somebody had a solution to this problem of these folks on our street all summer long, I sure wish they'd have stepped up. Nobody did. The city of Bremerton, I am stepping up. I'm going to work to ensure that we don't have our streets filled with individuals again, where we cannot enforce our camping ordinance and we have people without shelter. So if there was some great ideas, we could have used them, and I know you sure could have, because you were in this room with hundreds of people, study session after study session, meeting after meeting. So I'm providing you an opportunity and a proposal so where that doesn't happen again.
With all due respect, there is no I in team. And I know there was a heck of a lot of people that have been working on this on your staff for a long time. So I thank you. I truly do. I appreciate all the hard work. I'm finding fault with the communication of that hard work. And I do believe that our community partners tried to provide some answers and some input. And I do believe that they were met with and listened to and basically turn your back. And I think there's fear with our community partners that there might be retaliation. This is not a good situation. And this has been created because of the style of communication with this administration and city council and the stakeholders in our community. And it's blatantly obvious. And so I look forward. I think there are some answers here. I don't mind the quality. I actually think a hotel is probably a really good place. It's just that we weren't told that was even a possibility. And again, that the lack of respect given to and if there is retaliation, I'm going to be looking for it.
All right, Council President, those accusations are unfounded and they're uncalled for.
I will say I think you made your point there, but if you want to respond, Mayor, you
All
have
right.
the floor.
Thank you. You know, I can keep this response short. This was dumped on me. Okay. It was dumped. So I have an answer for you. We've been working hard. I do say I a lot until we are successful, and then it turns over to the team to get the credit. But right now, this is a very difficult situation we're in. It's nothing any of us would ever ask for to be in this crisis. And so, yes, I'll go ahead and say I a lot until we get this thing under control.
Let's go ahead to Anna for any questions or comments. Right as you take a sip of water. I always give timing like that. Mhm.
What's that? All right, so far it has not exploded, so this is good. I really appreciate everyone going before me and listening to all of your comments. As far as Mr. Reynard goes, to a man with a hammer, everything is a nail. I do think that disrespect has been shown to council by the omission of a great deal of information. Just to start with the most recent, the presentation that we were given tonight is something that could have been included in the packet. It's something that we could have examined. We could have looked at it. We could have put together questions to ask. Instead, we were treated to another oral presentation, information that flies past on slides, and it leaves no trace behind. Sorry, I'm trying to be professional and charitable. One of the things that the team, Tony Ives, Jill Stanton, Joe Crane, KCR, Bremerton Housing Authority, and St. Vincent de Paul have included in our packet is a hybrid solution. One of the things I like very much about this hybrid solution is it requires a site that is only 1/2 acre in extent, and it appears to take notice of the fact that though Salvation Army's capacity is 75 people, as the mayor and others have said this evening, we are having regular occupancy of 40 to 45 people. A new congregate shelter is opening in Port Orchard in fall 2024. A third congregate shelter is not, it would be 3 during the winter months alone. I realize that. But a third congregate shelter has no clear need. And anybody in this room is a woman or has had a brush with mental illness or has had trauma or have been a victim of domestic violence. I really want you to think about how safe you would feel walking basically into an airport filled with beds side by side, only far enough apart to allow for the fire code. I think that I can understand that the danger of going out of doors at night in cold weather to go to the bathroom. But I think that there can be workarounds for this. I think it's really important that this council and this city think about the basic dignity that accrues to someone who can go into a space and close the door on it. Even if it's 64 square foot, this is really a big deal. And when you go home tonight and you close the door on your house, I want you to imagine what it would be like having another 15 or 20 people in there sleeping on beds, snoring probably, at least. The thing that I find really great about the proposal from Ives, Stanton, and Crane is their emphasis on, hang on, I'm still lousy at this page thing. Their emphasis on intake and case management. Eric, you brought this up last week, that why isn't Bremerton Housing Authority running this? Or why isn't some other organization set up to do this, running it? The structure is of course of importance, but the housing, the homeless community has only their homelessness in common. There's 100 reasons why you come in there and end up without a house, how you fall through the cracks. And I'm quoting here from our packet, the process for access to an emergency shelter is equally as important as the physical structure itself. If we're going to do this, or we humans, if we're going to do this, let's do it so that we are helping people move along the continuum of care, moving towards something. Being warehoused in a congregate shelter, you've got to be pretty flippin' extraordinary to be able to stand up to that day after day. Sorry. I don't think there's been transparency about this, but I guess I'm willing to move past that. Building this congregate structure for a population of 1 to 200 people is so out of scale, is going to do harm not just to the neighborhood, because it's my district, I got to say, but it's also going to do harm to the people who are there. I mean, I have never had to live in barracks, but at least when you're living in barracks, you're getting paid for it. Yeah, but I mean, at least you're getting paid for it and you have a mission. You're like moving towards something. You're enduring privation because you're going somewhere. That's not what any congregate shelter is like that I have known. I worked in mental hospitals before they became, extinct, and they were giant congregate shelters. Not helpful to almost anyone. The other thing, am I nearing the end of my 5 minutes?
I think you're good, but if there's any questions, especially.
Yeah, okay. I'm almost done. The other thing, in addition to the requirement only for a half-acre site in this hybrid proposal included in our packet, it's also cheaper. A 40-unit shelter is $1.4 million, including the infrastructure. A very small Quonset hut that would function as like an emergency over the weekend congregate shelter, before intake can get to you. The estimates we have are 2 locations would cost approximately 2.8 million to 3.5 million. That doesn't include the land, but in the database that the audit committee, that the auditor, prepared and sent to legal in late August of 2020 of this year, there were 295 parcels. Some of those parcels could be sold. Some of those parcels are parking lots downtown that are already paved, that are already near where Merchant Patrol, you guys have heard this so often, I'll go fast, where Merchant Patrol, with whom we already have a contract, they're trained in conflict resolution, de-escalation, sympathetic mobilization. It would be simple for them to include this community in their rounds, and I'm almost done, Council President. I really urge council to look very seriously at this. Thank you.
And then, Mayor, I saw your hand go up I want to make sure the facts are correct. Yeah.
There's no interest in 100 to 200 bed operation. We are currently averaging 50 with a high of 60. In the past, there's been 75 with a high of 90. We will work together. Once we get a basic concept, shelter concept, then we can just start to discuss how large this facility will be. And then we can talk about whose responsibility, and as far as people on our sidewalks and the unregulated camping in our neighborhoods, almost in people's front yards. And we can talk about that basic responsibility. Who does that fall on? And just so everybody knows, there's two more things. I'll be quick with one of them. As far as the transparency, we were working on the presentation until 4 o'clock. Again, we are in a crisis. This is not something that we have a designated person signed up to do. Everybody here, that's staff, legal, community development, public works, all working together, pulling away from the regular day-to-day business, including all the other projects we're working on, to try to put this together and be professional about it. A lot of work. We shared as soon as we had what we had. So I just want you to know that. And there was one other thing, but we'll just call that good for right now. So I'm sure I'll get another chance. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Sounds good. Absolutely. Is this mic working or is it also in and out?
At
Test
the
1,
same
2, test
time?
1, 2. All right. As long as folks can hear me. All right. No, thank you, Mayor. I do want to recognize this is not easy. I think I've said repeatedly, there's been a failure at the national and state level to address rising homelessness, and it's fallen to the cities, unfortunately, to address. So I look forward to seeing what we can do working together, but acknowledging that, and absolutely huge thanks to staff and everybody for working on this. And Mayor, I appreciate you've said all year you're taking the lead on shelter and for working hard on this. Council had to work hard on getting the camping ordinance and come up with their own proposal. So I know what it's like. But I do want to recognize too, to some other comments, this is the first time we've gotten this level of detail as far as a comprehensive proposal goes. So we do have a responsibility to do due diligence and know that any decision we make essentially sends us down a certain path that involves millions of dollars. So I do appreciate being able to dive deep. And with that said, my kind of start really high level and then some clarification. I think first, Mayor, it'd be good to clarify what's the primary purpose of this proposal? We have limited, resources and money, and is it to make sure our ordinance is enforceable? Is it helping folks transition to new housing? Is it permanent supportive housing?
Yeah,
et cetera.
So it is a primary purpose is going to fill two needs. There, and what I consider now to be part of our basic core functions. So one, with the congregate living shelter, we're going to be able to maintain capacity per past history and per the study that we showed you. So one, we can enforce our anti-camping ordinance and maintain civility and safety in our neighborhood. Equally important, the folks who will accept shelter will get an option to have shelter. And we already know through the summer, there was no other options. And so every bed was full, every door was shut tight. There's a waiting list for those doors that will close behind you. It's anywhere from 100 to 175. It could be larger. So there's a long wait list for those. The shelter, we have capacity. We've maintained capacity. I anticipate we'll continue to maintain capacity. So there's two things: shelter for somebody who has fallen through the cracks. They can't get into a bed or get into a place. At least they are out of the elements, warm, safe, and dry, and fed. Those are two basic reasons.
Okay, thank you. I think it helps have that kind of clarity as we try and meet that goal. Sorry, is there a technical issue?
Point of information, do we have, I can't see the screen to see if anybody else wants to weigh in on this. I know we have some guests online. I just wanted
gotcha.
to ask
The
about
consultant.
I just like
Consultant, you mean?
that.
Yeah.
I don't mean attendees. I mean
No,
That's fine.
the
I
RPM
think I have a
team.
question or two for him coming up, but yeah.
I just like Katie. We do have our consultant has his hand up.
Oh, okay. Well, let me ask if there was a missed question from a while back. Sorry that we couldn't see your hand.
I do need to stand up against some disrespectful comments to what my firm does in this space. We're a architecture and engineering firm. We're not a distributor. I don't know where that comment is coming from. We utilize prefab, pre-manufactured, and pre-engineered building products for a very inventive project delivery method to help lower construction costs, because homeless shelter construction is with public wages, which is dealing with the prevailing wage rate. So we've helped to reduce construction, shelter and design costs specific for homeless services infrastructure. And that's the mission that we live by.
Thank you. I had some similar questions later on, so appreciate that clarification. So I'm gonna go back. So city versus county, I think I got that one answered, that the main focus is just for the city, that we want to size it just for Bremerton's needs. And on that kind of note, is there any plan to going to some of Eric's comments, is there any plan to limit who can take use of the shelter based on where they are, or I know we're sizing it to what our current city needs are, but on that kind of, if you build it, they will come line of questioning, any way to regulate that?
Hold on just a minute. Yeah, so this mic isn't, they're not doing great tonight, but
It takes a second. Yeah.
so the current, and the concern's always been there with the Salvation Army, even during the pandemic. And they did not exceed capacity. And there's no screening at the door to ask, where did you come from? Basically, the congregate, and the congregate walk-up low barrier shelter is really designed to be temporary. It's not a place that you would flock to. And I'm just speaking from talking, working with Salvation Army for years as a board member and volunteering off and on at the shelter. It is a way to get somebody off the street in an emergency, in their own personal emergency situation. Get them a cot, it's warm, safe, dry, and they can be fed. So it hasn't been our experience. And I've been working on this for years with them in partnership. And it hasn't been our experience that people from all over the region or the county are coming there. They're maintain a pretty consistent, shelter capacity.
No, thank you. Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Scudder.
I just wanted to add some information that we got through our research. We spoke with some of Doug Washburn's crew, including Carl Borg and their heart coordinator, who is the person who goes out, who coordinates directly, boots on the ground with folks for Kitsap County, and we spoke at length about this perception that if we build it, they will come, and what the heart coordinator shared with us is that that's not what they find. There is an encampment up in Silverdale right now near the hospital. Those folks, they've offered to transport them down to Bremerton to get a bed at the Salvation Army. They don't want to because they have jobs in Silverdale. They have community in Silverdale. Like that's where they're from. And so they don't want to come down to Bremerton. And that is something that they consistently find. So, folks in Port Orchard don't want to come to Bremerton. They don't want to go to Silverdale. They want to stay in their own community. So I thought that was really great information that they shared with us to kind of dispel that, that we would be kind of taking on people from other communities.
Gotcha. And I think, that's excellent to clarify. And kind of one thing I always have in the back of my head is Bremerton's about 17% of the county's population, right? Or about 45,000 compared to 170,000 in the county. And so by that current point in time count, I would say if we already are the identified location of 55% of those experiencing unsheltered homelessness, we, let's say, are already serving, more than the proportional share across the county. And so I think we're right. And so you have to wonder, why are more folks than you'd expect just based on population in Bremerton experiencing unsheltered homelessness? And so is it because we already have services here compared to places like, Bainbridge and Paulsbo? And so I think that's something worth considering. Okay, so I'm hearing about 40 to 50 people in Salvation Army right now. It's gone up to
Council President, it actually is 50. About 50
Okay,
per the Salvation Army last night with an average, with a high of 60 this year.
Okay.
Yep.
It's 50 to 60. It has spiked up to 90, I heard, in the past several years.
Yeah, in the past, pre-pandemic, before the recent closure, it was 75 average up to a 90 at times in the worst spike of up to 90.
Okay. So if that shelter completely goes away, then we're looking to size something for the scope of around those numbers, 60, 70. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I think it would be helpful. I know Mr. Washburn really appreciated you coming to council and presenting. I can't even, it feels like months ago, and yet I know it wasn't. But I think if we can get an updated list of what facilities currently exist in the county with requirements and numbers, and just what's in the planning stages, that would really help just on the due diligence, seeing where this proposal fits in with in the county. I don't want to go through all the options right now with timing wise, but if we're able to get something like that updated, I think that'd appreciate. Yeah, unless maybe we do.
Yeah, we actually do have that information, kind of fine tuning it at the moment so that it's ready to share with all of you. Like I said, we're running up against deadlines to get information to you as soon as possible. But that was one of the tasks that RPM took on, was to map the available shelter space and numbers and across the county. So we will share that with you.
Excellent. Thank you. It's great to hear. Council, cut me off if I go too long, but I got some more questions. As far as transportation of the county goes, I know we specifically wrote the ordinance so that it could be enforced, whether there's shelter space available in the city or the county with transportation. I'm just kind of curious what options were explored there for providing transportation to any other available places, assuming there are any.
There are none. And when Mile Hill is complete, then I believe there'll be some folks ready to transport out there and ready to go. I can't speak for the county on that one. So, yeah, well, I mean, we're obviously ready to go with transportation if something's if it's out of sight of the city and transit doesn't work, public transit, we would be ready to go. And yeah.
So let's make sure you hear that right. It's an option that the city could pay for transportation if there were other, instead of building a shelter in the city, if there was available space elsewhere in the county, something you'd consider pursuing.
Oh, absolutely. The low barrier walk-up option we're proposing is really, there's nothing else. Salvation Army's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we got through clarification. Sorry to go through here. Clarification on the 1 acre code. So I know we have on our code, for example, like a church or a nonprofit or anything like that had like extra parking space that wanted to do their own regulated encampment, even if it was just say 3 spaces for tents. My understanding is that's right now limited to 180 days, but not 1 acre. And I think when this came up previously, we said that this doesn't have to be limited to 180 days, but can I get clarification on the part of the code that requires this to be 1 acre? Maybe that's Director Spencer. Sorry, this is a bit of a repeat, and I'm asking because if that's the only size constraint on selecting a site, that right now our code requires 1 acre, is that something that we could update as a city, or is that a state or higher requirement that's imposed on us?
So there is no size requirement when you have a shelter building. So I just want that crystal clear. So the size requirement of the 1 acre, we started with that because the basis of it was based on our hosting and regulated encampment. So if you are a church, nonprofit, et cetera, in our community, and you want to host a regulated encampment, then it has to be 1 acre in size. But a shelter building, we view it just like a hotel or an apartment, et cetera. If you have a ½ acre site, if you have a 3 acre site, it's fine as long as you're meeting the design standards. And that's what the proposal is here. I think it's that the 1 acre was something we could point to say, because we were evaluating, can we do a regulated encampment? Can we do a shelter building? Can we do a pallet community? So that's why we started with the acre, because that was the 3 things that we had to look at: regulated encampment, building, or a pallet community.
Okay. So if we if we essentially rule out a regulated tent encampment, then that 1
And
acre
your size requirements it's not a requirement.
is
It
no longer
was,
required. Okay.
many of the city's parcels are very, very small, so
Sure.
they're not practical. So we had to do some sort of sorting in the time available to figure out what was a practical site to use. And when we had to compare the three alternatives, that's why that you had that 1 acre minimum, because one of the three alternatives that we looked at was a regulated encampment.
Okay. So I would be curious to know, this doesn't have to be done right on the spot here, but if there are half acre to 1 acre sites in
I
the
can't
city.
tell you
I know
that
can't-
because of
yeah.
the hours it takes to
Right. I know
analyze
we're
these.
short on time and resources, but okay. So if that hasn't been explored, it's interesting. Yeah.
I would just add that although it's not a requirement to have an acre, we do have parking minimums for that type of building. So and it's one parking space per every 2 beds. So it's a significant amount of parking and therefore space.
And we're also proposing an outdoor seating areas so folks can exit from the just for space or for maybe a couple times a day where for 30 minutes there's cleaning or whatever. So that requires a greater amount of space also. And that's why the 1 acre provides such a nice, it's a good size for flexibility as far as those type landscaping, things like that, screening and landscaping and outdoor seating and those things.
And if I could add is that, we're at 30% design now. We don't have all the specifics. So you use these general standards to figure out, am I too close, Mike? Use the general standards just to figure out generally what the site could look like. And, the parking standards we would consider, Jeff, your microphone.
Oh, is it the feedback?
So if we were to take away, that doesn't help. We would also consider parking analysis, et cetera, as we get closer. So it may, this is a starting place. This is what the code requires. The code also allows us to do departures from it for the amount of parking spaces that are required through special parking analysis studies. But it's a place that we have to start to figure out kind of what we're working with. It's as a starting place.
I appreciate clarification on the process. Just a few more, unless I'm going over time. I can always circle back. I'm gonna look. I'll be just real quick. No. Some have already been answered. It's probably like 4, but perfect. Okay. Oh, now it's super high. I'm gonna do one more category and we'll circle.
You're the
around.
boss.
There
So.
we go. Trying not to be too hypercritical. Did you have your an answer?
I don't have anything to add. Katie covered it.
Okay, perfect. Just clarification on closing the gap. Is there an option on the table that would get something done by May 1st? I just want to make sure I'm not hearing that there is. Okay. So I just kind of want to clarify. I don't see how our decision on the type of shelter going forward, if we know that there's going to be a gap from at least May to November, that our decision affects your ability, Mayor, to work with our partners. And I heard a conflicting statement there on that. You were waiting on our decision, but then it sounds like there's been a lot of talk with community partners and possible leases already. So,
Well, so the reason your decision is important is I have a start date and a stop date. And so then I have some certainty as far as negotiation, working, with a few partners, negotiation of a lease for a date certain for a specific amount of time. And if this were to remain open-ended, let's just say we felt we had time.
let's say 3 months go by and we have not made a decision.
That would be very harmful because I don't feel anybody is going to want to into an open-ended lease agreement. I don't have that. There's not a lot of folks who are wanting to get into this or stay into this business. If I can say I need this from May 1st to November 1st, and we'll be will be done. I think we can come up, we have a lot more options to pick from as far as who we might contract with to do this.
Okay.
And I think, and you probably, I'm sure you all understand it. If it's just, I need this because we don't have another option and the council is going to deliberate, that may be something that's a deterrent.
Yeah, we'll have to discuss at the end here on our kind of next steps timeline.
Yeah.
We go to Katie and then I'll follow my own rules and pass it back to Jennifer for a second round.
I just wanted to add to that and I can share again the timeline, but we do still have a pretty tight timeline for this project. So getting through the SEPA and the permitting process will take several months during the course of this development. So right now we have bidding and constructing this in, mid-July. If we push, and it's going to take, it's a significant amount of grading. It's going to take and building, so it's going to take a couple of months to do. Even delaying these decisions a month with this timeline that we have now, it's going to probably push construction to spring of 2025, because there's a lot of this work that we would not do over the winter.
Okay. All right, Jennifer, then Anna, do round 2.
All right. So we got all the mics off. Am I feeding back anywhere? Are we good? Okay. All right. I don't want to screech at you here in this. All right. So let's work towards solutions now. We've been talking about our criticisms. Absolutely. Thank you. And Mr. Renard was on the line and he wanted to make a very, valid clarification of his services. And I think and just full transparency, again, just looking on the website, he ran West Coast operations for Sprung Shelters, for 7 years. And so he knows the business. And so that's why, we're making the assumption, but this is a different business. He knows the ins and outs of this business because he worked for them for 7 years. So, okay. So I do have some questions on if there's ways that we can modify this type of sprung structure to meet some of the concerns that we have, because I think what I'm hearing is a lot of concern about congregate.
I'm sorry. Can I just interrupt you? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
This is Cruz Avila, part of RPM, and I really will. I'd like to ask that you. I don't understand why. It just seems like you're kind of making this personal here. I just stop from. I just need you to really be professional and really stop, almost like pointing at David for the presentation that he just did.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who is this? Who's talking right now?
This is Cruz Avila, and I'm part of the RPM team. Okay.
So you were defending your, okay. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and actually, I'd like to speak to somebody that could speak to the structure, if that's possible, from the RPM team. And apologies for any concerns that you may have about my unprofessionalism. I'll try to work on that for you.
And let me just jump in and say the council has a requirement to do due diligence, that the information we're getting, that we can, that it's what we need. And so oftentimes we will examine the source of information. So it's not an allegation, but it's part of our due diligence and vetting information that comes to us. So I haven't heard anything
that's fair, but there were statements made before questions were asked.
Thank you. And so thank you, Council President. So I'm going to go ahead and ask some questions. And if you could maybe not assume the worst about me, that would be wonderful too. Mr. Renard, I looked and there's a couple other structures that your company acquires materials for. And that would be modular trailers, membrane covered structures, and the PEMBs. And so the sprung structure seems like it's just the best option rather than those other structures. And can you please explain why that specific structure is more appropriate than the other structures that you work on acquiring materials for and designs for.
Okay, and then some additional ones that we also work with are prefab micro shelters. We have designed a site with pallet shelters for the city of Sacramento, so we know the ins and outs of that. And there's a lot of other products that we work with that you did not list.
And some of them we can't even afford, right? I mean,
No, you
at a
can't.
small budget.
No, so there's a lot of intrinsic values and qualities that come with Sprung that I did list in the presentation that are all also listed in the full report that you will get. To try to consolidate them for this purpose, for the cost per square foot, this building is the most airtight envelope in construction. And that is important when having a lot of human beings under one roof. And just because we say congregate does not mean that we cannot put dividers or even walls with doors in between beds.
And that's what I was going to ask about. You can make cubicle styles, right? I mean, we can have cubicles, we can have walls, we can have, it doesn't have to be bunk beds, correct?
No, it doesn't.
All right. And so, fact of the matter is, at our budget point, at our price point, this is the most efficient way to do this. It doesn't have to be. See, I think one of the things that we were concerned about is we had like this image that was in an email that somebody received, and it looked like there were 200 beds, and I think I made a comparison that we were throwing too many hot dogs on the grill. You weren't there. That I'm from the South. I don't know to tell you about that, but that's the comparison that I made because it seemed like we were shoving a bunch of people in without concern for their privacy. And so there are ways to modify a building to have more privacy, to have walls, to have cubicles. I have another set of questions here about modifications to this type of building. When I saw this original kind of like a proposal, which wasn't really a proposal, just like an idea that was thrown around. One thing I was concerned about is there didn't seem to be, it seemed to be like men's side and women's side. And while I respect the desire for most of us to have those separate sides, there's, two main concerns, which is there are folks that are gender nonconforming, but then there are also families. And so I want to know what kind of modifications could be made to a building to accommodate for those two variables.
There's a lot of ways to go about that. And it's a great question because it highlights just what architects would do. And first, analyzing the demographic of who wants to or who needs to be served, looking at the site from entry points, and then looking at the building itself from entry points. So you can build walls on the interior. You want to have direct paths to the bathrooms and showers that keep that demographic of the population separate from others. So if you take a rectangle and you put a central hub in the center and then across of walls, you could have trans, male, people identify as male, female. We don't really encourage mixing families in a shelter that is having single males. That's not a formula for success. But we're not.
It's a low barrier. I mean, we're talking about a low barrier model, so we do need to have provisions for single males, and then we also know that once in a while we're going to need to take care of families, so we need to have provisions for those. And my concern is at Salvation Army they have a separate room, so I was just thinking we could make a smaller separate space that would be appropriate for families that could also be converted to a day use area if needed, or a separate conference room in that space. So that is something that can be done in a sprung shelter. There's all kinds of ways to put up cubicles and so on to make separate spaces that can be adapted. Am I correct in assuming that?
It's 100% correct assumption.
Okay. All right. And so when we have the price point that was provided in your presentation, which I would love to have, because I mean, you gave us a lot of information. I would love to see like a works cited, some of your studies, like to have that information just so that I can learn from this. And so that would be wonderful if you could share that, or if it's on your website, I'm not seeing it. And so I would love to know your sources and so on, but that's just because I'm a nerd. But I also am here to learn about this. But I wanted to find out, specifically, the price point that was provided. I mean, that's just the infrastructure. And I'm not really clear on specifically the size that it gives us, square footage. Did we actually get the square footage of what that price point gives us? And is there any wiggle room to make it smaller? And I'm gonna ask, and I'm gonna go ahead and defer to the Public Works team now on this. And I appreciate the information that you provided. And apologies if what I've said was offensive earlier. What you do is good and respectable. Thank you.
Yes. So we started off with the basis of, a certain size, and with 100 beds, we can work towards getting smaller. It's the desire.
Thank you. Because, and I think that, I'm so sorry about the mics. Here we go again. I think the counselor, Mockler brought up some good points about, is there going to be the need? The fact that we're only at 50 or 60 right now. I mean, and when it comes to the summertime, I had another question regarding summer, but let me ask that in just a second. But in the summertime, it's a lot. The need is a lot less because it's easier to find places to be outdoors. And to camp. Some people like to camp. It might not be considered, but I like to camp. I like to go. I would love to go camping for a month, but that's my privilege that I can do that. It's not the way that I live these days. And so my curiosity about summertime is, if the site is graded, could it be used? And Mayor, I'm going to propose this to you as well. Could it be used just as a temporary basis during a summer months as a regulated encampment site? Or is there space on that site to use it as a regulated tent site?
So if we were to, if it was just graded and then left, no longer it just was, we get it flattened out and just left as is. I think I'd have to bring up Director Spencer, because I believe there's a criteria for a regulated encampment.
Well, I think that I understand that there's criteria for regulated encampment, and that's not really what I'm saying. I was kind of just asking, and I understand that the 1 acre need, but and what I heard her say before, you don't have to come up and restate what you already said, is that there's less size that's required. It's based on the human beings that you're having on there and how much space they have between each campsite. And so my question was, and maybe it's not possible because there's going to be construction, but maybe there is space on the graded site that it could be used during summer months as an alternative, since we may or may not have a shelter open. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And then I'm almost done too with my questions.
I might turn it over to Tom or Katie, because I think we're going to be in active construction as soon as you give us the go ahead and the weather's decent.
Yeah, there's quite a process before we could even start the grading with the permitting. So I don't think that we would begin any kind of grading that
We really needed a tech person here with us.
that would make it appropriate for any kind of encampment. In particular, you would need to have access for fire and police in the event that there was an issue there, in restrooms. So that would be a process in and of itself.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to, I just wanted to find out some information. I don't want to, we've had this, how much are we paying the consultant to be here for 2 hours, by the way? Or is this part of the contract? I feel bad because y'all are all on here. We've got these consultants here, and it's been 2 hours into this conversation. But I just, I really do want to echo that I would like to see us work towards the recommendation of the Housing Authority and to have a double model, and maybe that there's a way that we can use a sprung structure as a way to get the first part of the recommendation done with the Quonset hut, and then make a plan towards the pallets. All right, thank you. Was I interrupting anybody in a reply?
Good.
Okay, thank
I
you.
was going to say, is it really
sir.
the grading's the critical path, right?
Okay.
Because of the SEPA and everything else, one of the real benefits of the sprung structure is how quickly it can get built. And so when the grading's done with approval of this plan, we immediately begin the construction. They would need the full site for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to make some clarifying information just for our guests who don't know, but I've faced housing insecurity. So I haven't lived on the streets, but I have lived in, and I've said it before, in lots of different kinds of scenarios. I've had to stay in my car. I've had to sleep at, in basements that were disgusting, on couches and in halfway houses. So I'm not coming at this with a naive perspective of what housing insecurity actually looks like to people. And so I just felt like I needed to provide that clarifying information for those who don't know.
Thank you. And let's sorry, maybe got quick. No, it's good. I'm just gonna propose if we can, so we're 8:40, if maybe by 9:20 we can have a decision, so maybe 20 more minutes of kind of Q&A comments, and then we can start to wrap up on where we want to go. Mm-hmm. No, what did I said 9:20? No, sorry, 9:20. Sorry. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, President. So just, we were talking about timelines and urgency, but also I didn't want anybody to lose sight that January 20th is when we would need a kind of a clear request to go to the state to bring home some funding. And just because we're making a proposal, I want to make this clear that we believe our proposal is the best way to have provide shelter for folks who've fallen through the cracks. They're on our street. They'll be on our street again May 1st, unless I can come up with something. So folks on our street fell through the cracks. Regulating our neighborhoods, regulating the safety of our neighborhoods. We just because we are proposing and we might have a difference in opinion on the best path forward to ensure our neighborhoods are regulated and are safe, and these folks falling through the cracks get shelter, does not mean we will not partner with all of our other partners. The kids, the agencies are out there. We actually can't do this alone. We need each other to move our missions forward. And so I just want to make that clear that we'll continue. I'm going to get on a schedule here and we'll meet next week, I think, and that'll keep going. So just know that.
Thank you. Any other council members with questions, comments? Anna, and then Eric.
So I understand that a presentation can take up until 4 p.m. on the day of, but I don't think any of the presentations that we have received have been emailed to us, which would be a step forward for all of us. I guess my big thing is I do not want to go to me for advice on what is a good bridge. I want to go to Tom for that. Right? I don't want to go to me for advice on like what are really good, because this is a fun project for you. What are really good graphics for wayfinding signage and which ones will like really stick in people's minds, right? I would not go to me. There is nobody sitting at this table that has the experience and the expertise in houselessness and solutions to houselessness. In every other thing that we do, we go out and we say, hey, let's find an expert, and then we hire them. We have experts right here in right here in Bremerton, who have presented a plan that is smaller in scope, more appropriate to the need, and, not insignificantly, significantly cheaper. And it includes the oversight and case management. The concerns about a homeless community that I've heard from multiple meetings by now are that there'd be nobody there, there'd be nobody there sort of like overseeing the place. And that's exactly what KCR, BHA, and St. Vincent de Paul are providing is local informed schema. And I know that Mayor, you and staff have gone down this road pretty far, but I think it's worth backing up to say, hey, this is something we don't know much about. The reason I think that, Mayor, is that that's where council was at in early September, is where we've been researching and we've been coming up with solutions and going back and forth about it. And then we went, you know what, actually, this isn't our field. So that's my hope for what will happen next, is that at least there will be a comparison between experts and an expert solution and the solution that, by gum, really well-intentioned, really hardworking people have come up with that seems to not be working for many members of our community. So I promised I'd be brief, and I want you all to witness. This is an amazing moment.
No, thank you. And Mayor, do you mind if I go to Eric and then hold on near back? I appreciate this for time. Thank you.
One clarifying question, this congregate shelter that's being proposed, Mayor, is that any more dense than what we're seeing at the Salvation Army? So we've heard comments that I won't say as this is inhumane, but how can anyone, you and I are both veterans.
Yep.
I mean, I don't want to get to my own shared experiences or whatever, but whatever. So, and I shouldn't have said it that way. I apologize.
All right.
I mean, boot camp wasn't easy. Let's just put it that way. All right. So just on a serious note,
Yeah.
Tom's a veteran too, Marines, if I remember. Okay. So, the Salvation Army, you're on the board there. Help me out here. Is it more dense than what the sprung shelter could possibly be as far as living environments? Because it's implied that this would be, I won't say, well,
Yeah.
this is not desirable.
Well, the Salvation Army, those mats are pretty close. I mean, they are really stacked.
Okay.
Pretty close.
But
The sprung, there's different options for that.
all right. So that's my main concern, is not to create an environment, just like I don't want to go back to people living on the sidewalks. I don't want to create a new environment that's worse than our existing environment with Salvation Army. We want to keep moving forward. So that's another goal. All right. The other thing is, look, we got a study session, we got a resolution before us, we got a deadline for the legislature to try to get some funding for this. We're not going to be able to afford to do this. Is there anything wrong with taking two paths? Go ahead and consider this resolution. In the meantime, any other housing authority that wants to come up with a proposal and say, I want to do this, they're welcome to do this. And I think the city would gladly say, 2 months into this, oh, look, Bremerton Housing Authority or KCR, they've got this great plan. They're going to take this over. And we can say, okay, that's great. We'll go your direction. Why can't we do two paths? So consider the resolution in whatever way, shape, form, or whatever the proposal is, move forward with that, and then invite proposals for another path. And at least we're moving forward and possibly getting money from the legislature to help afford this thing in whatever shape or form it ends up being.
So I just want to be clear, we do have another proposal from a joint proposal from KCR, BHA, and St. Vincent de Paul
with all the details, with all the land and who's going to run it. See, that's my point. Here we have the land and we've got the details of what type of structure, and we got some movement forward. I did see the email. I did read the email. And it was a combination, there's some pallet housing, all this stuff. But where's the rest of the meat, if you will? I mean, that sounds like a great concept, but is it going to happen? In the meantime, May 1st comes and we got people in the street, and I'm telling you that can't happen. Period. Thank you.
Can I just make a quick comment? So I don't know if you remember, but when we first started going down this path, we were provided a video of Sprung Shelter by RPM, really well done, about how the flexibility of the shelter, how it can be configured in different ways to provide way better than barrack style housing. And I'll just ask Katie, let's get that emailed out, at least the link to council. I think it'd be worth looking at that again, just because I think that there's some misunderstandings about what a sprung shelter has to be. There's actually a lot of flexibility to what it can be. It looked to me that it could be pretty nice, actually.
Jane.
Well, I do feel bad that it took us to this point to get another written proposal, but I'm hoping that we have a strong enough relationship with our true community partners that they can continue to feel heard, and if they can put the effort in, because frankly I like theirs better. But I wish they'd been able to give that to you earlier. It might have saved a lot of people a lot of time. But I don't know how much of the proposal that administration and staff have put together was out in the open for other community partners. So I'm just leaving that as an open. I don't know. I wasn't in the room, I wasn't on council. But I do really feel that as we move forward in any direction, that we have to continue to give the entire community and council all the information that we possibly can. Because I mean, this is our community, and council, we represent everybody in the room, even though, so please just continue to give us information and give the community information from this point forward. And hopefully we can get a full proposal from our community partners on theirs. And I really do appreciate all the work you've done. I know it's taken away from a lot of other projects in the city. So thank you.
So,
Sure.
we had conversations, and so just please know that happened. And we, it did become, there were some differences, obviously, in how to solve and combat this problem. I took the approach based on the camping ordinance we have in place, the Ninth Circuit ruling that came before our camping ordinance, and the unsheltered people that we had on our streets. And so, just working with staff, we were able to determine that we were leaving the housing business that was being talked about and getting actually closer to something that's our responsibility, which is neighborhood safety, unregulated camping in people's front yards, and helping somebody live through the night, getting them out of an unsafe, unsheltered environment, getting them in a warm, safe, dry place where they could be fed. So we need transitional, we need permanent supportive, we need low income housing, we need market rate housing, we need every bit of that. But this part that we're proposing is what the Salvation Army is doing now. I haven't heard them come up yet as far as an essential partner in this, in what we're doing, but they are. And so what I'm proposing whether we get it done, and I have to figure out how to close the gap between May 1st, November 1st. This is a longer term investment I'm asking you to make, the city. We're asking you, City Council. So when the next year comes, if it is spring, then we have this in place. We can do these basic core functions. Keep people off the street, keep them out of neighborhoods. We can regulate safety and provide a safe place for them. We'll continue to partner with all the other options, but right now, the only thing that I've seen happen in our community, I think you've all seen it, Salvation Army closed their low barrier shelter.
Yep.
If there were other ideas out there, my gosh, where were they? And so, and then here we are, they've reopened and it's cleaned it back up again. Your ordinance was helpful, the way you adjusted it so we could enforce.
Thanks, Mayor. All right, I'm going to ask for the 5 minutes council questions. Then I have I think I have some possible steps forward. Going back to your comments, Eric. So is there any other clarifying questions, or I can just jump right into it? Okay. So I think, I have plenty of more clarifying questions on the presentation as I read, but I think we got the meat and the high level. And I'll say what I'm hearing is three interrelated things of what's being asked of this council to decide, and that is, a site or multiple sites, the shelter type or types if it's a hybrid, and then essentially, operations. Those are the three interrelated parameters we're talking about, and it's hard you can't completely disentangle all three, right? The type of shelter we choose may inform the operations. What available partners there are to operate may inform the type of shelter. Obviously, the type of shelter determines the site. So it's all interrelated, and we're getting the meat of this. Tonight we don't have another study session until January 10th. We'll have a general session on the 3rd, but we have a study session on the 10th, and then we have a general meeting on the 17th. So the two deadlines I'm hearing is asking for legislative funding by the 20th. I'm going to say out loud, I don't know from our legislative state partners what type of shelter and all that they might be able to support or not. I do know it would benefit us as a city to make sure that we all are cohesive with that ask. So we do have a potential to make a decision on the 17th. If there is agreement that, and I'm not saying pro or con personally, that the Oyster Bay site is the only possible site, that's a possible separate resolution from confirming the type of shelter if there is expediency required in getting construction going. I kind of want to ask what, besides the January 20th deadline for legislative funding, what's the next step? Let's say this, of course, can't happen. Let's say we said tonight, we love it all. It's completely perfect. Move forward. What are the next steps that would happen? And what's the timeline?
So the next steps that would happen, in addition to starting to prep the legislative ask, is we would be starting to negotiate a contract for the full site design with parametrics, and we would be looking for and selecting a consultant to design the shelter itself, and then negotiating a contract for the shelter design. And both of those contracts would come to council. Depending on how long it took us to get the contracts together and negotiate and everything like that, within a month or two.
Okay. So if we agree that we will make a decision on the 17th, I want to see if that seems reasonable, because I am feeling like I want to echo, we got a ton of information tonight. Right. And I totally appreciate, as we said, working up until the last second. It's a lot. But I don't feel prepared to make any decision next week, given everything going on. And I don't know. I hope that's not the expectation that we would. Yeah. Okay. So I'm kind of looking to council and saying, and I'm going off your suggestion, Eric, if there's something that everyone was on board with that was small that we could pass to help keep things moving, I'm all ears, but I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing that we're ready to make a decision next week on site, shelter type, and possible operations. So I'm just saying a lot. I'm looking for feedback on where council wants to go with this. Okay. So then what I'd propose is we'll have a lot of time over the holidays here to digest all the information we got, to have conversations with our community partners. We have the general meeting on the 3rd, continue getting feedback. And we'll have a general meeting next week as well. But this then would not be on the agenda. And then we would have the whole study session on the 10th, which actually would be fairly light to start off the year, I believe, where we could really dig in and come to consensus. Okay. Does the administration have any concerns on that time frame? All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. All right. Sounds like a plan. And yes. Yes. And then I remember Attorney Fennell wanted to read a statement for clarification for both us and the public.
I'm afraid to use the microphone after seeing what all you've gone through. This is in response to some comments that were in the packet that I wanted to give some information on for the council. There was a meeting scheduled last night at the Ambrose apartment, and I advised city officials not to attend. So Thursday evening last week, the council received a 7-page letter for the attorney for JSP Ambrose LLC, the company that owns and operates the Ambrose apartments. That letter starts at page 638 of the packet, if you want to look at it. It alleges that the city is violating state law. So I called that attorney on Friday morning and I didn't get an answer. I also sent 2 emails to him on Friday and he was out of the office. I received an email response yesterday afternoon advising me that he was attending the meetings that were scheduled with city officials and his clients in a few hours. This was new information to me. And given that the city had received that letter and that opposing counsel was coming to these meetings and no one from my office could be there, it appeared that these meetings were maybe not our typical family or community meetings. And I believe that the city should have counsel there. So I advised officials not to attend. I communicated that to the attorney in an email letting him know that I'd advise city officials not to attend, and suggested that perhaps we could talk later this week and reschedule for another time, and also gave him the information about attending tonight to get the information in the study session and that to share that with his clients and his tenants. It looks like that perhaps some of that information that I shared with him might not have gotten transmitted to the folks that showed up to the meeting, and that is unfortunate, and I tried.
Just for any folks online, Anna said, yeah, none of it transferred. No, you're good. Cool. Thank you, Attorney Fennell. Appreciate that clarification. All right, we'll wrap this up with thank you to everyone in the audience who's been sitting here listening and giving input. I think we really appreciate all your concerns. This is a tricky topic. There's a ton of information. There's a lot to digest and understand. So thank you, Mayor and Director Nucky and Ms. Ketterer for laying it all out for us tonight. So just had to look forward to being able to take some time here to digest it all, continuing having the conversations. And we'll start with the new steps for the new year. Excellent. All right. With that said, I think we do need a break and we'll try and wrap up our 2 other items. So let's reconvene at 9:15. Thank you all.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, RPM, very much for sticking around with us so late. We do appreciate it.
Have a good evening. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
All right, 9:20, I'll call the meeting back to order. And yes, I'll note that there is a PDF app that is free for us to install on our iPad that works for everyone. So yay, free is good. All right, back to the agenda. We have A9, LTAC Chair Denise Fry is here to present acceptance of the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee's 2024 funding recommendations.
Committee hopes that it will be acceptance.
I just realized last year, myself and Councilmember Goodnow recused ourselves in this item because we were both involved with organizations.
That's true.
Well, I don't financially benefit from my involvement with the Kitsap History Museum. I know Michael Goodnow is director of the Roxy, both of which are LTAC funding applicants. So with that said, I'm going to recuse myself. Councilmember Goodnow is absent, so I'll turn the meeting over to Vice President Chamberlain, and I will exit the room, and Alyssa, or call me back when it's done. So I can't even give any facial expressions or any sort of input. All right.
Okay, well, I turn the floor over to Denise Fry. Go right ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Vice President Chamberlain. Because it's so late, I am going to read this. The Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, or LTAC, received 15 requests this year, totaling $815,900. Also received was a request by the City of Bremerton for renewal of the city's commitment of $250,000 annually for 5 years for operation of the Kitsap Conference Center. Direction provided by City Council for funding requests included support of longtime community events, kickstarting new events, tourism-based organizations and venues, and municipal projects. Also, criteria provided by the City Council when evaluating the requests included economic impact, events or activities to draw tourists from 500 miles or more away, events or activities that reflect Bremerton's diversity, and requests that demonstrated collaboration with other community organizations. Following the application process, interviews with the applicants were held November 13th and 14th, followed by deliberations on November 28th. The LTAC is now presenting for the Council's consideration funding recommendations for all 15 of the applicants, with a total proposed allocation of $355,000, which is on Exhibit A. Also to be included in the city's 2024 budget are continued annual commitments to the Kitsap Conference Center for $250,000, and for the previously approved $150,000 for the Admiral Theater, for a grand total of $755,000 for fiscal year 2024. The only thing that I will say is that the LTAC process went, or the decision-making process, the presentation process was stymied at times by significant AV challenges, which was disappointing and embarrassing on the city's behalf. But despite that, the committee had good, robust discussion. We went through the list, came to consensus. It actually was a beautiful thing. Mike Huey even gave it props, which isn't always typical, you know. Mike's a tough one, and good for that. So it also includes, of course, the consultant that I have been really advocating for with council. It wasn't fully funded, and so we would need to determine how best to manage the remainder of that contract between, I think it was 10.5 and 15, so it'd be $5,500. So with that, I turn it over for discussion. I'll try to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Counselor Fry. Counselor Robolowski.
Thank you. My favorite thing on here is the consultant. I think that's the most important thing, to really get clear direction on how these funding requests should be made. I've also received emails prior to being elected to office where people had concerns that people who sat on boards that are being funded through LTAC were being granted money. And I understand that the two people currently on boards that are receiving money do recuse themselves from the vote, but I really hope that the consultant looks into that and gives us a final answer on if that's appropriate or not.
That's been brought up before as a concern. Christine Grenier has actually said that I think it's Paulsbo or other jurisdictions. We have to have representatives of the type of organizations that are funded or events. We have to have that kind of representation. But in other jurisdictions, they don't allow current organizations that are making current proposals to sit on that committee. So
not on the committee, on people getting the funding. Like, for instance, and I know he's not paid, but our council president is on the Kitsap History Museum.
Sure.
And we're granting them $20,000.
Yeah.
And I know by law it's allowed in the state of Washington, but I don't know if it's a good practice. And I just want it looked at from the consultant side.
Yeah, understood. Legally, it is legal as long as they're, the conflict is stated and he or she recuses themselves. I was actually accused in this deliberation of having a conflict because I'm a city council member and was advocating for the consultant. So I got some really good answers for that from our city attorney's office and was able to respond to that. It is not a conflict. I do represent city council on that committee. So it was appropriate for me to present the proposal. So thank you, Kylie, for that, because I wasn't sure how to navigate that particular one. But thank you, Jane. That's validating, actually.
And then I also have one other question. Recently, council funded Downtown Bremerton Association with an increase in money that we were giving them, I believe, $50,000 a year, and we upped it to $68,000 a year. And then we're again funding them through this site. And
two different funding streams. The proposal was through the mayor's office for the $50,000. We had to prove that additional 18, but that is out of that budget. They did apply for LTAC because they provide those kinds of services. The Main Street Association element of DBA's work, going to try to be a Main Street, is a separate component of their tourism related services. So there was some definition provided at the meeting for that. And I also was very transparent that they had fired their executive director, and we weren't, I wanted everybody to just be aware. And I think that might have resulted in the lower distribution.
I go to, well, Councilor Younger, you had your hand up, but do you want to defer to Councilor Mockler? Yeah, go right ahead, Councilor Mockler. So the floor is yours.
Derek? Hello, members of the public. Thank you for sticking around. So here's something I'd like for us to think about, and this is policy. One of our goals and priorities, and I cannot remember the wording, but it wasn't just to foster a DEI individual employee, but to work on making sure that diversity, equity, and inclusion were everywhere. And I guess I'd really like to ask my fellow counselors how they think we could, for example, urge the Admiral Theater to include artists from Bremerton, to include artists who I proposed this last year and I'm proposing it again. The people who do the cleaning in the hotels, what kind of music would they like to hear? Give them like, an evening a year or something, just to really, to just make it real. Our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're giving the Navy Museum more money. We've already gone all over that. Kitsap History Museum, I urge them almost every first Friday to not just cover women as homemakers and users of beauty products and makers of doilies and stiff organdy aprons with ruffles, but the whole history of women working at the shipyard, the history of women in unions. All of this was huge, and the shipyard would not be what it is without the unions, and the women were huge in that. But there's nothing about unions. There's lots about, rugged people, rugged men making their way forward. And there are some women. There's like a school teacher cubicle. So I'm turning to you guys to say, could we just like even write a letter saying, hey, we really hope you'll consider this. It's not like a quid pro quo. We're not going to give you funding.
Oh, Councillor Mockler. Oh, okay. I think you just kind of circled back to what was germane, which is that you're suggesting that, I just want clarification. You're suggesting that we write a letter to these folks demanding things before we issue them. Urging things before we issue funding.
No, just urging.
But you were tying it to funding. So that's where I think it went back to germane. Otherwise, I don't know that this is germane to the topic of approving the funding for.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna move on to say that visit Kitsap Peninsula and Greater Kitsap Chamber. If anybody here on this council can figure out a way to get them to focus a little more on Bremerton, that would surely be a great thing. Other than that, do we always give money to the Rotarians? That was just a surprise to me. That's all.
We pretty much give money to whoever asks. We feel bad saying no. That's been the course. I'm really excited about Under One Sun. Let's talk diversity. And that's a $15,000 commitment that I think the committee really heard us around diversity. And I want to thank Vice President Chamberlain for bringing a need to my attention that I was able to help with. She's been rallying them to apply and encouraging. We've been encouraging diverse organizations to apply. BIPOC community. We'd love June 15th to Juneteenth to be funded.
That's an actual note I have.
So I think we have really been promoting that.
Okay.
And the other, I wanted to, sorry, there was one other, the Rotary. Yeah. If these were huge asks this year. It's like somebody found out we had a little bit more money and they all tripled their asks. And so, the Blackberry Festival is something that I think we've supported, and the hoteliers, which are very important voices on this committee, said it does bring people in, and so that being part of the criteria, the committee felt that way. I'm very much looking forward to the results of the consultant, and I do need, though, I think, direction. We need to decide because we'd like to move forward with this consultant. Next week, would the agreement be that we're going to go ahead and approve the extra money coming from the council budget for that? LTAC doesn't want to give us the whole 16, even though I felt strongly, as you remember, the whole thing should come out of LTAC.
Why don't we just take $1,000 off the top 6? Okay. Anyhow, I'm almost done. I just wanted to thank you for doing this, and I agree that we should find the money for the consultant. Thank you.
Younger.
So I recall correctly, our attorney can correct me. For LTAC lodging advisory recommendations, you cannot adjust. You have to remand it all the way back to the committee. Please don't, please don't do that. Please don't. The other thing is show respect for how arduous a process this is. I've said this repeated years. It looks like we may get some traction with this current council. I'm hopeful that I suggest we put this on consent. I'm disappointed they didn't agree to the full amount for the council for the consultant, and I'm going to suggest we pay it out of either this year's ending balance out of the council budget or next year's beginning balance. Work that out with the council president. But in the future, I would prefer a policy, and I know this is not germane, just real quick, of setting aside a small amount, say 50,000 for any new organization within the last 3 years for LTAC money. The rest of the money, as far as I'm concerned, we could bond that revenue stream and build out our soccer stadium, whatever center, and have something that actually draws people into this city, a regional soccer center. That's my opinion. It's 107. It's been 107 for years. I'm hoping more people will join me. And I'd be happy next year when the consultant is here to show you the ROI. And I don't want to speak disparaging to any of these organizations, but the return on investment is not there. And all this conflict, all this stuff could be avoided if we just went the course that I suggested. So, but for matters tonight, I suggest consent agenda and we put it on for next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a couple of really quick questions, y'all? First of all, I just wanted to make some clarifying statements about Under One Sun. Bailey's the one that gave me a call, Bailey Tupai. He and his son, right, had gotten a hold of the contract. I had nothing to do with it. I just routed them to Denise, who went and gave technical assistance and got it rolling. I literally was just a conduit. I had nothing to do with it. Can't take any credit for it. And so I think that heads and beds, is there a rubric that you use, or is it just kind of a consensus model with LTAC?
Ask them to identify how many nights, of hotel stays their event, promotes, and we get some of the information from the hoteliers. They get some of the information from the hoteliers, but most often I think it's a guess. I remember we had proposals where people were saying that they knew they had, all these international people, coming, and but there was no proof of that. They saw some international people at an event. And so it's hard.
And I was really surprised to see Bremerton Historic Ships Association got more money than the Bridge Blast.
They do a really good job. The Turner Joy brings in tons of people.
Okay, that's the Turner Joy for public record.
It's
Thank
the
you.
Turner Joy. They're the number one. Without Turner Joy, I don't think we'd have a lot of tourism.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yet Visit Kitsap got more than them.
Well, they work all year long to bring in tourists from outside the area. They too went through a staffing change. Made a very good presentation, a lot of data. They've got a lot of data.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm in favor of putting this on the consent agenda. And all of y'all good with that? Thumbs up. Good. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm going to close this item, and then we're going to just take a brief break, only just to pull our president back in. So. Okay, there he is. All right. President Coughlin, I give you back your gavel. Just in case I needed it to.
It's that's right.
Back to LTAC.
It's not that you have to use it. It's just the threat of it. Perfect. All right. So
the preferred course of action, President Coughlin, is to put this on the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, great. So this will go on consent agenda for next week. All right. And while not weighing in with any opinion on it, I just want to thank Denise Fry for leading it. I'd like to thank everybody for leading groups. All these are very difficult. So thank you very much for all your hard work and stepping up to serve on this committee. Perfect. All right. So next up is item A10, and I have a proposal given the time. I was actually able to make a phone call well back there to check on this. So Councilor Mockler and I have a resolution to bring forth. The resolution title is Resolution to Adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance Working Definition of Anti-Semitism. It's obviously a subject that can bring up many sensitive issues. And I know it's late at night. We've gotten some emails on it already. And so my proposal would be if I could just present it along with Anna. I got printouts so folks can read just to make sure folks know what's the current draft says, just to make sure the information is accurate out there. But then my proposal would be to postpone further presentation until our next study session in discussion. And Anna, you're hearing this for the first time from me, so I want to hear your thoughts on that proposal. And I had a call with Jackson Princus, who worked with closely on this, and he was okay with that course of action.
I guess my first thing is I sent President Coughlin and Vice President Chamberlain an email Tuesday morning saying, if you guys look at the second page of the resolution, section 3, it's basically saying that the council strongly stands against hate, bias, and violence based on race, nationality, ethnicity, religion, sex, gender, sexual orientation, and/or disability. And then it goes on to urge all the residents to come together and support our Jewish neighbors, which I feel like, why?
So why don't, how about?
So my proposal is to delete that last clause or to replace that language. And you're interrupting me for obviously some reason. So go.
It might just be useful to have, if we're going to get, kind of one thing I wanted to possibly avoid was just working on it. Yeah. And just get it out there. And then we could work on any tweaks in January if that is okay.
I would be quite happy to vote on this on the 20th. And this is the only change that I want to make. And it's one that reflects a lot of comment that we've been getting in email. I was happy that I had sent in the email to you guys before. So does everybody see what I'm talking about, section 3?
I present it and then we'll see what council wants to do, if we want to do a full discussion on it or
okay, I've got one more comment
on the just the proposed schedule timeline. Okay,
I do. When Black Lives Matter protests began, the very first one that was here in Bremerton, a activist group said, well, we have to extend this to Native Americans. And people went, oh, wait, we have to focus. This is the thing in front of us. And that's why, all lives matter just doesn't cut it. This is the thing in front of us. And I suggest that we simply do it or not do it.
Yeah, so that was the deep dive already. Okay, so let me back up to the presentation of it. Yeah, so look, if you don't mind passing out, just so folks can read what the resolution actually is. Okay, yeah, let me back. Okay, no, so that's what went in the packet from early last week. So, okay, so basically the timeline is we obviously had an October 18th meeting during public recognition, some really horrific hate speech that was overwhelmingly anti-Semitic. We heard from obviously folks in the Jewish community about that. That kicked off some conversations between me and some of our local Jewish leaders. As a council, we updated our public recognition policy to make public recognition in person only, still allowing public comments on specific agenda items by Zoom, but that open public recognition we made in person only. And then, and we've obviously gotten anti-Black comments in public comment last week as well. Luckily, due to our change, we were able to rule those as not relevant to the agenda item. But going back to the October 18th meeting, the conversations that started with our local Jewish leaders specific to those anti-Semitic comments were what substantive actions can we take to help address that? And so what those leaders came back with was a specific request for the council to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. And so that is the meat of the proposal. So essentially, they brought this to us. I was happy to work with them to have a draft that you see. That draft was based on resolutions passed by both Bellevue and Tacoma. There's some input. Councilmember Mockler and I then reviewed it together and had conversations. And so that's what's before you today. And so again, it essentially specific to this situation adopts the IHRA working definition to basically serve as a tool for us to more easily identify. It does not update our public comment or public recognition processes. It does not outlaw or ban any sort of speech. But it was specific, and that was a specific request from those community leaders. And so Jackson Prinkis, who I mentioned, is the assistant director for the American Jewish Committee for the Northwest office. And so he's one I've worked with closely in drafting this. So that said, although the focus is very much on adopting just the definition of anti-Semitism, and again, using similar wording from Bellevue and Tacoma, also, condemning anti-Semitism at the same time. I know that, especially with current world events, can bring up a lot of other sensitive topics. So I believe Councilor Mockler, referring to is we could pass this as is. We could modify it. We could delay it until January. I want to make sure we have time in the right headspaces late at night for such a sensitive conversation. But that's essentially what it's there. Just hope folks read it through. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer, or if it's late at night for a really difficult conversation, again, talking to Jackson, it's okay to delay this until January for more further discussion. So yeah, Jennifer, then Jane.
Okay, so yes, let's delay it. It's Hanukkah. It's a very sensitive time. I'm not ready to get into a discussion right now about this. I'd also like to encourage counselors to look at the King County, Port Angeles, and Kenmore resolutions denouncing all hate speech, or even better, go back to the Welcoming City resolution that already includes this wording in it. I do not feel comfortable propping up one group over another. And it feels uncomfortable for me, especially after speaking with our Islamic imam in our community. And so I've spoken with quite a few people that are uncomfortable with this. You've seen public comment, and I just would love to just not even, honestly, I would like to not even have the conversation. I would like to take it off our agenda completely. That's where I'm at with this.
Jane?
Well, it's almost 10 o'clock. It's been a really full agenda, and I don't think this is the time for us to have this type of conversation. I would like to delay it.
Denise, yeah.
It isn't my first rodeo with this kind of thing. And it pains me every time that it appears to many that we're pitting one group against another when that for those who are well acquainted with the dynamics here, I do really I want to say I agree with your perception about the Black Lives Matter and this one. Yes, all lives matter, black, brown, but there had been a targeted attack against. And so this was requested by our Jewish community, by a religious leader in our Jewish community. And I do agree we need to talk more about it. We're not going to solve it. I don't know if we'd come to consensus because it triggers up the whole national, international drama that's going on, and it's a real drama, and there are people dying, but I know too much about Jewish history to say that this isn't warranted. That this resolution, and I'm really sorry that we couldn't pass it as part of Hanukkah. But that being said, I also really get, the fact that we certainly don't want to stand up and say that the same type of antagonistic, hateful behavior towards another group is, any better. It just felt like there needed to be special distinction for this at that point. And I almost think that the point at this point has passed. If we punt this, it's like we obviously aren't all in agreement that it should go forward. And so I kind of am with Anna. Let's just drop it.
Well, that's not what she suggested.
Oh,
yeah, Jennifer suggested that.
That was me.
Yeah. So I do
That's
want
why
to.
it's good to not have a deep discussion. when
Yeah.
We're a little.
Yeah.
loopy.
Yeah, all good. And I do want to clarify, because this is specific to a definition of anti-Semitism from a Jewish group, the AHRA. I have offered equally to our local mosque, Islamic community, to draft a similar resolution defining Islamophobia as a separate issue. So I just want to make that clear. But
Can I ask a clarifying point of information? Have you talked to the imam from the Islamic Faith Center about this?
Yes. I've reached
I'm
out.
asking President Conklin.
Yeah, I've reached out. We have not had a conversation
Okay.
yet. And I also know AGC will be reaching out to them as well. So
Okay.
I know there's more great conversations that could happen over the next couple weeks.
Because I have had a conversation, a one-on-one, and that's what really needs to happen is one-on-one conversations with our community leaders of various kinds. I also want another point of information is that there was not just one targeted attack against one community. There was multiple targeted attacks.
Yeah. And I want to get
against one community.
yeah. So again, I don't want to speak out of turn. Anna, if you want to.
I'm ready to go home.
Okay. Okay. Then, all right. Anyway, you have it. Please take a deep read over the break. We'll continue some conversations with the community, multiple communities, and we'll put this on our study session for, I believe it's the 10th in January. Perfect. All right. Thank you all. Appreciate the time. All right. Moving on to general council business. Item B1, social media guidelines for elected officials. It's been there,
Get
folks.
into that now. You want to tell me what I can do with my feet?
So.
I love Eric's
All right.
suggestions to get off.
So you've had this in the packet for a while. Folks can look at it. There was a recent tweak made that I'll let Attorney Finnell say. Besides that, it's the same version as before, besides these two.
Sure. So I added language about how to handle being tagged and suggesting that on all your social media accounts that you go into settings and set it to where you have to review and approve before a tag actually appears. That will keep you from having your personal social media account tagged on city business. You don't want someone saying, tagging you on a complaint about, a pothole or something like that. We also, I also looked at our content section and changed it to be more in line with what the council was doing in the public recognition in council meetings, and left it at just disabling comments, and then it being a place where you can push information and then say comments on this item, can be directed to my email address at city, your city email address. That way those things are captured. The other thing is that regulating comments on the post get into the same things that we've seen here as to what we deal with. And so I think I talked to the MRC about that's really the best course of action right now, is to use the pages to push information and use your city email for the comments. That way things are captured by our archiver for public records purposes. And also it's not a public forum that you have to moderate and comply with the First Amendment and all of the other laws. So those were the tweaks that I made. Let me know if you like it.
Folks, at this point, I just want to put it out there. It's been sitting around a while. I think folks have a better chance to review. Is there any concern, or are folks good with putting it on consent? Okay.
Big C. An emoji. What emoji?
And this is just a part of, it's just an addendum to your council rules.
Yeah.
So.
It's our agreement of how we can kind of govern ourselves. Yeah. Perfect.
The idea. I like it.
Okay. Perfect. Then I will suggest we put this on consent. It'll be adopted as part of our council rules and procedures. And if something's not working down the road, if we run into new situations, we can always revise it, but it's nice to get it in place. All right. Perfect. Thanks, council. Next up, Public Works briefing from Chair Mockler from November 21st.
November, 43 flipping questions. The planning commission and we were like, other the heck down. It seemed to me to be like a cut base. I mean, it was a good cut base, but it really underlined to me, again, really have somebody on staff who can write a statement. That's an effective one that produce data. Kind of thing that city property often can fall in the water. Still the water body. They don't always here's something that is
Nice. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize. Yeah. All right, if I can summarize just for the record, yeah, Councilmember Mockler summarized the Public Works meeting, which is all available to view online.
I'm asking council to review a survey that Vicky Grover produced. There's going to be coming before council in January is a possible road coming off of McKenna Falls. Grant applications for KRCC have changed. Instead of being able to apply in phases for design right of way or construction, you now have to choose one. Trees are not always removed when sidewalks are fixed. 2 got bell boats.
Fantastic. All right. And now you're up again for B3, the audit committee briefing from November 27th.
Really simple. It was proposed that since the auditor was just doing very routine work on the landlord license compliance, that she put it aside for a while and take on another project until she could get more administrative assistant help. The committee as a whole voted not to do that, so she's continuing to working on landlord license compliance.
Good deal. If anyone's burning comments or questions, jump in. I don't want to stifle that, but assuming not, we'll move on to Public Safety Committee briefing. Chair Fry from December 5th.
Just recently, fire chief brought things that he brought to us, and Kylie as well with the retention bonuses. And just want to reiterate, I think Kylie is making us aware of how national problems are hitting us here, and the lack of interest in criminal justice in colleges is real. And they're choosing higher paying jobs than public service, or at least larger jurisdictions where they can get more money in bennies. And so it's continuing to be a challenge throughout the country, and certainly we're seeing it here. So I think she'll keep us abreast, managing things well enough anyway, right? And getting through it. So I think that was it. Jennifer, can you something else?
That sums it up.
Excellent. All right. Seeing no burning questions, regional or other committee boards and briefings. We'll go for it. I got 1 or 2 quick ones too.
Just that one thing from Kitsap Transit. I mean, there were lots of things, but just the one thing is that the average ridership is 11 passengers per bus. And just to every single time this comes up in any of our discussions is to remember they have actually no idea, any more exact idea than that. Because they gave up, they abandoned the clickers. They got a software that didn't work. They're planning to put in a new software. Just because this recurs in so many of our decisions, just to remember that there's no data there.
It's the capacity of a bus. I mean, at least 30. Okay. Yeah. Just for, context. Crazy. Wow. Yeah. 2 quick updates for Kitsap 911 both. I know we had a meeting last week for about a $30 million 10-year contract for new radios. That was big. The board was split on, there were concerns from mainly from Bainbridge on some questions. And so the board was actually exactly evenly split 6-6 on whether to move forward with it or not. Basically punted for a week until end of this week for a special, hopefully, that there'll be a vote on it, and hopefully all the questions will be answered and all that. But just a heads up, that's a big one, $30 million. And then PSRC, I don't always report on. They usually make all the transportation executive board meetings. I did want to point out though that they've been really highlighting their equity work lately, and it seems like an excellent example of equity work done right. And they have a really great working board, and the way they're starting to work that into transportation planning and funding is just excellent. So go to the website, or I can forward some resources, but it's been great to see. And then finally, the only good of the order I had was to talk about procedures for elections, but I'll propose to use the 5 p.m. Briefing next week to touch on that, since I don't think we'll have anything big else to use that space for. So Any other real brief good of the order? Boom. All right.
Just, I was really pleased that, that council decided to, delay on the homeless shelter. I thought that that was well run.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all.
I just want to let you know that when we took our break, there was several members of the audience who wanted to thank council for having such in-depth discussions on all the issues that we were facing tonight, and they were really happy. So
it's good to hear. Well, I'm glad we dig in deep. Thank you to the mayor. Thank you to the staff for doing all the hard work and bringing it to us. And it takes all of us, gosh, too late at night to say, yeah, takes a village. It's a family. And sometimes you got to fling some food across the table, have a debate, and you end up with the best thing possible. So, all right. We could all hang around to get the record. Yeah. Now, okay. In order to avoid breaking any new records, I say the magic words, which is to announce the next council meeting will be on Wednesday, December 20th, beginning at 5:30 p.m. in the meeting chambers with a remote option available by Zoom. This meeting is adjourned. Thanks all.
Recording stopped.